Why is that?
The moment Israeli forces detonate a school in Beit Hanun, northern Gaza. Hundreds of displaced families had been sheltering at the UN-run facility. From the north to the south, nowhere in the strip is safe. Here a building has been turned into a graveyard of memories. The Harb family thought their house in Rafah, in the far south of Gaza, would be safe from Israeli bombs. They were wrong.
Just before morning prayers, we heard a huge explosion. Our neighbors were targeted and no one survived. This is what Israel's been doing all the time.
Another Israeli airstrike, this time in the Nusayrat refugee camp, central Gaza. Dozens are killed.
The destruction is massive. Our neighbor's house was hit. Most were killed. More than 30 people. They were hosting displaced people. May God bless all their souls. No one here has anything to do with the war. We are civilians. There is no resistance on the streets. There is nothing. All of us are civilians.
The same story over and over. Only different faces and different buildings. This is Al-Maghazi refugee camp. After the bombardment, it's up to the neighbors to search for any survivors.
We were sitting safely in the house. We're civilians. We have nothing to do with this war. And suddenly missiles were falling on us. Around 12 or 15 were killed. 4 of them were at my house. They were displaced people, peaceful people. No one survived. They're still trying to find people under the rubble.
After more than 9 weeks of relentless Israeli attacks, they joined the thousands of missing Palestinians whose bodies are yet to be recovered. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Just kind of throwing on some random videos while I kind of wait for a couple more people to get in on this here stream party. About this one.
An Israeli video apparently shows Hamas fighters surrendering and handing over weapons in Gaza. But critics are dismissing it as staged and part of Israeli propaganda. So is the footage real or fake, and who gains or loses by circulating it? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Cyril Vanier. Propaganda as a tool of war is a strategy that has been used for years. The war in Gaza is no different. Both sides have been accused of spreading disinformation. A video is circulating in Israeli media which purports to show the surrender of some Hamas fighters. But critics say it is staged and they've cast doubt on its authenticity. The footage comes as Hamas continues to resist Israel's relentless assault.
How's everybody doing tonight, those of you that are here so far?
And Israel faces growing global condemnation for killing Palestinian civilians as the death toll reaches 18,000 people killed. So, is the video an attempt by Israel to deflect accusations of genocide in Gaza? And is it real or fake? We'll discuss all this, but first, Fintan Monahan's report looking at the footage and the circumstances leading to its release.
Palestinian men stripped and humiliated by Israeli forces. One man comes forward and hands over a weapon. The Israeli government says these men are Hamas fighters, and that images like this are proof its war in Gaza is succeeding.
They're saying that all these men are Hamas, but I'm pretty sure that this has already been disproven. Let me check something real quick. I think I already have something that says that only potentially one of these people were potentially here. Look, I'll show you right now. Okay, let me pull this up. Israeli security officials estimate. Here we go. Okay, wait. Let's make this look a little sexier. There we go. So, if you look right here, I know that they're saying that those were all Hamas, but Haaretz is the Israeli newspaper is saying right here. Israel-Hamas war, day 65. Israeli army kills Hamas commander in Gaza. Oh, okay. Where's the part with the 10 to 15%? Hold on. Oh, here it is. There it is. Okay, sorry about that. So, Israeli security officials estimate that 10 to 15% of detained Palestinians in published footage are affiliated with Hamas. So that means that at the most extreme percentage, 1 in 10, well, I guess not, I guess 1.5 in 10 of those people pictured could be affiliated with Hamas. Affiliated is also an extremely loose way of signifying that they are Hamas militants.
In recent days, dozens of Hamas terrorists have surrendered to our forces. They are laying down their weapons and handing themselves over to our heroic fighters.
But many analysts have cast doubt on the video, accusing Israeli forces of staging some elements. Civilians have been identified among the detainees, as have UN staff, aid workers, and at least one journalist. Others point to the choreographed nature of the clip, and, even as a piece of propaganda, its effectiveness has been called into question.
Whatever the Israelis intended to do, it has backfired disastrously bad, regardless of the authenticity of it or not. Because the images that have gone around the world are images that show men and young men and older men stripped down to their underwear. They're forced to kneel on the ground. They have their hands tied behind them. What does that remind people of? So it reminds people of ISIS. It reminds people of Abu Ghraib. It reminds people of brutality.
Israel is frequently accused of spreading misinformation. The army maintained these images show large numbers of fighters surrendering to Israeli troops. But Israeli media later reported that only around 1 in 10 had links to Hamas.
I hate when some of our
shows an
news
Israeli
agencies
military
talk about Israel
spokesman
because
alleging a piece
while
of
using
paper on a wall was a
neutral
list of
language
names of
reporting, they will
Hamas
say Israel
members
said this,
guarding
Israel
Israeli
said
captives.
that. Yeah, and it really flies in the face of the absolutely, dog shit reputation of the Israeli military for all the way back to 1948. You know what I mean? Because if we're to look at Ian Pape's work and to see, the difference between the oral testimony of the refugees and the victims of the 1948 war versus Israeli intelligence versus the Israeli military archives of the IDF, they're so disproportionate that to take anything seriously that Israel says at this point is just ludicrous. It's just ludicrous. And then, and powerful finger on the other side of that, every time they talk about, the Gaza health ministry saying something negative about, not saying something negative, but releasing a death toll or something like that, they always prefix it with Hamas affiliated Gaza health ministry, kind of poisoning the well on that information immediately. And, it's just disingenuous, and they obviously have a bias towards the Israeli side. And that's why they frame everything in that type of language. In my country, some of Israel's spying software is made like the Pegasus. Oh, wow. What about that? What about the gospel? Have you heard about the new AI intelligence system that they have that is giving them targets for their bombing campaign using artificial intelligence? Is that made over there as well?
It turned out to be a list of the days of the week. And in early December, a military spokesman said 1 Hamas fighter was being killed for every 2 civilians in Gaza. A number many analysts find difficult to believe, especially given the number of children killed. Israel is waging an information war
Those are
to win
Hamas
support
babies.
for its military campaign in Gaza. But as that offensive drags on, it's facing increasing criticism on the international stage and growing impatience at home. Vincent Monaghan, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Not that I'm aware of, by the way. It was a scandal and it was reported that we produced the spyware, and apparently
Let's
the
bring in
company
our
was put on
guests.
US
In Washington,
blacklist.
D.C.
Jesus
is
Christ.
Sahar Khamis, a non-resident senior fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs and a specialist on Arab and Muslim media. Sahar, we'll come to you in just a moment.
So Israel's trying to state that for every two civilians killed, one Hamas militant is dying. Let's put that against the numbers real quick, shall we? Let's compare that to the numbers, right? So let's go to Euromed Monitor. When's the last time? Okay, they just updated it yesterday. Hold on one second. Let's switch around these things, make everything look nice and pretty. Boop. Boop. Web page. All right. So according to the Euromed Monitor, which was just updated yesterday, that has, oh, is that not showing? Okay, yeah, it is. All right, cool. According to Euromed Monitor, we have 24,142 people killed as of yesterday. Of those 24,000 killed, 9,420 were children. Now, if we are to believe what the Israeli government is telling you, that for every two civilians that die, one is Hamas militant. That means that roughly, what would that be? About 6,000. So for every two, oh God, man, I wish I went to school for math and not history. So that means that for every three people that died, one of them was Hamas. 24 divided by 3 is 8. So that means that at least 8,000 of those people should have been Hamas. Thank you, Plants. I was getting there. Plants, I was getting there. So that means that the entire children population, what you pretty much see there as the children that died, should entirely be Hamas. I believed in you. Thank you. If you combine that with the women, that puts it up to about 15,000. That's about 15,000 of the people that have died have been either women or children. According to Euromed Monitor, not the IDF, 22,420 of those are civilians, right? So that means that, if we're to believe this over the notoriously unreliable numbers of the IDF, we'd see here that only about 2,000 out of all of these people that have been killed, even if we go by these numbers, have been militants of some kind. It doesn't even say necessarily if they were Hamas or not, but just non-civilians. So we're looking at well over 90% civilian death rate in these bombing campaigns, which is just to even think that it's logical that for every two civilians, one is Hamas is ridiculous. Also, if you look down here, this is probably, I don't know if it's more troubling than the people that have died, but it's equally as troubling that 1.8 million Gazans have been displaced, which means that almost 80%, over 80% of Gaza's population is currently displaced. Yo, what's up, Barry? Thank you so much for the 2-month subscription. Yeah, it's Tuesday night, Pat. Pat's at the controls when Johnny's not here. You know what I mean? We're really going to cut loose now that I don't have him holding me back. Just kidding. Totally kidding. I love Johnny and I couldn't do this without him. But yeah, thank you so much for the sub, man. How are you tonight? More importantly, how are you? Oh, by the way, guys, I'm on Twitter. I'm on Twitter now. So if you guys are interested in following me, I am great just hanging out in Discord. Oh, fuck yeah, nice. If you guys are interested in following me on Twitter, I'm getting a little bit of, some people are sharing my stuff, which is always fun. I have this nice tweet out that I felt pretty good about. There's this new discourse now that's saying from the river to the sea is implicitly genocidal, and you can't say it on college campuses and all that. And it's just, this is proof that Palestinians are genocidal. Well, I was reading and I noticed that Likud's 1977 party platform, by the way, Likud is like the ruling party essentially of Israel at this point, where they say in their party platform, between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty, which when they say the sea and when they say the Jordan, they're meaning the Jordan River. Between the river and the sea, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. So we can see that, the Israeli party has said effectively the same thing. And I kind of framed that as funny how this phrase is problematic when used by those resisting genocide, but ignored by those perpetuating it. There's all this moral outrage from this saying, and there's almost no fucking outrage when it's the exact same thing is being said from the Israeli side. So yeah, check me out on Twitter if you want to, I'm constantly reading books and stuff like that. When I find little things from books that I find interesting, I'll just pop it up on here. But yeah, it's a good time. Let's go back to this.
Doha is Mark Owen Jones, an associate professor of Middle East
Studies. I wonder what is the
at
real number of
Ahmad bin
population
Khalifa
Gaza. I've heard there's 2.2 million, but
You
they haven't been
research
counted
how
for quite a long
technology
time.
can
Yeah, I mean, I'm
be
sure
used
it's
as
like
a tool
about that.
of
That's the only
oppression.
estimate that I've
And
really
from
heard. I'm sure
London,
it's
we are joined
around
by
that
Dina
number.
Matar, a professor of political communication and Arab media at the Center for Global Media and Communication at SOAS, that is the School of Oriental and African Studies. Thank you very much to all of you for being with us. Sahar, let me start with you. I'd like your take on this video, and it was in Finton's report. This is the video where we see dozens of Palestinian men stripped to their underwear, one of them, whom Al Jazeera reporters in Gaza have since identified as an aluminum shop worker who is made to walk, follow Israeli instructions, and put down weapons in front of them. What did you think when you first saw this video?
Well, thank you for having me. I think that there is a famous saying that truth is the biggest victim of war. So whenever you have war, you also have some accompanying degree of propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation. And this has been very prevalent and very clearly spread in the current situation in Gaza and the horrific attack on Gaza. It is not the first time that we see footage that cannot be documented, cannot be really verified as accurate.
So yeah, if you notice, there's two. Hey, what's up, Kay? Good to see you. If you notice in these pictures, right, in this video, and this is kind of what some people are pointing out. If you look in this video of this man in his underwear carrying a gun and presenting it to the Israeli military, to the two videos, it appears like he's doing the exact same thing. Here we go. And he's holding the gun in two different hands. So it's not the same video. Look, it's obviously the same guy, same underwear and everything, same body type. But in this one, he's holding the gun in his right hand, and in this one, he's holding the gun in his left hand. This is why people are saying that this seems potentially staged, because it looks like they tried to do it like multiple times, and it just seems weird that they would have this happen twice. I'm not sure. I mean, even then, like, let's just say it was their gun. Let's just say it was like, can they not have a fucking rifle? Are you not allowed to own a rifle in Gaza? Like, let's just say for all intents and purposes that this isn't even staged, that this isn't even manufactured, that these people that they fucking rounded up out of this thing had one fucking rifle on them. I mean, is that illegal? Is that a war crime? There was no way that IDF will arrest Hamas fighter. Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
In the current situation in Gaza and the horrific attack on Gaza. It is not the first time that we see footage that cannot be documented, cannot be really verified as accurate. And I think that in this particular case, there's a lot of doubt about the authenticity and verification of this particular footage and this particular video, because indeed some of the people who showed up in this particular video were found to be civilians, whether they are just average citizens or even a journalist or other people who have no affiliation with Hamas. And let me just say that this is not the first time that we have seen this type of disinformation and even staged videos.
I guess the only thing that you could say in that it's not staged is that maybe there was multiple guns and they made him walk back and forth to grab gun after gun for some reason, as opposed to holding two or having two people bring them both at the same time. I mean, that would be the only, like, I guess, logic to that. Because if other than that, it's like, you know, they made them keep their guns while taking off their clothes, then made them give up the guns. You think they would take the guns first? Yeah, and not only that, it's like that dude holding the gun could still, like, I don't think in any combat situation, or like if you were a police officer or a soldier, I don't think at any point that you would be like, all right, now hold the gun and face me and walk to me holding the gun. Like, you know, if that dude was, you know, fancying himself a martyr, he would just let that clip off at those motherfuckers telling him to do that. And it's like, yeah, he might die. Yeah, he might die, but it's like, you know, he might, you know, there's Like I'm saying, like, think about when, like, in the United States, right? When you see police footage of like a guy getting arrested and he has a gun, the cops will like make that dude face away from them, put the gun on the ground, don't touch the gun, kick the gun away from him, keep your hands the fuck up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're telling me that the IDF would take a Palestinian Hamas militant and just be like, hold the gun and face us, march to us holding the gun, promise you won't shoot it at us. Like, the more I think about it, the more ridiculous, the more absolutely asinine it seems that that's something that would happen.
Out of this particular situation. We all remember the case of the staged video of the woman who posed as a nurse from Al Shifa Hospital, and she started
like
to
he's
say
holding the mag. I almost said the clip. I know gun guys and gun girls and gun people hate it when you call them a clip, but obviously he has the magazine out of it, but you could just pop that thing in. Like, they do little fighters like that just have little drills where you like pop it in, cock it. Like, you know what I mean? If you're like an actual soldier, can't you pop that clip in and cock it and let it off quick, like within 2 seconds, I'd say, if you really wanted to. Like, him holding the clip in the other hand or the magazine in the other hand isn't, it doesn't seem like much of a deterrence to, letting it off at all those IDF people fucking ordering them around. And also, given the, bestial nature of Hamas and the fanatic militarism of Hamas, you know what I mean? Like, you would think the way that Israel portrays them that they would have been doing that quickly if they had a gun in their hand. Plus, most of the shoes that were left from them were regular shoes and sandals. I think Hamas would be wearing combat shoes, not fighting in sandals. Yeah, and Kay, not only that, this came out on December 10th, which was just 2 days ago. And it says the Israeli security officials estimated that 10 to 15% of the detained Palestinians in published footage are affiliated with Hamas. So even if you go off these estimates, 1 to 1.5 of 10 would have been Hamas if you're the most charitable and the most generous to the Israeli numbers.
Things like, Hamas is using, the Shifa Hospital as a place to
Israelis
actually
got their
have
own
its own
Broadway of
military
fascist
command
stage
center,
performances.
and
Jesus
stealing
Christ.
food and fuel and resources and energy from the Palestinian civilians and doing horrific things. And then this whole video turned out to be staged and fake, and there was no proof whatsoever that this woman was a nurse or that she was at Al Shifa Hospital, and the whole thing was completely fake. So unfortunately, we have been seeing that time and time again in the midst of this horrific attack on Gaza, and disinformation and propaganda has been used as a brutal weapon in this particular terrible situation.
Mark Owen Jones, referring back to that video, again, the one where this Palestinian man surrenders a weapon. What is the audience? Who's the audience for this, for pictures like these?
Well, I think the audience is primarily the Israeli public. But I would like to add what was a crucial aspect of that video that we need to explain is that, firstly, one of the iconic photographs was showing the man holding the gun in his right hand, surrendering it, and putting that gun on a pile of other guns, right? And then what later emerged on social media was a video where you saw the same man walking and holding his gun in the left hand, right? Which led to obvious accusations that this had been staged and that the man was repeatedly asked to come and put guns down for the camera. And there's even a voice of a soldier off camera who's saying, please put the gun that we gave you down, right? So I just wanted to emphasize that point that people have talked about this video being staged, and there is a lot of evidence to suggest that it was staged and that they made a man who had already been stripped to his underwear carry
What's
weapons
up, Sam? Thank you for popping
the
in.
purposes of a photo shoot.
That's just Hamas lying through the recordings. Don't believe your lying Hamas eyes. That is my eye, and the lenses covering my retinas have been tainted with Hamas propaganda, and all I can see is just tainted with Hamas vision.
So I think the purpose of that video, one, is humiliation. There's no real reason why they should be stripped to their underwear and photographed. Let's not forget that it's seen as a contravention of the Geneva Convention to publicly humiliate and degrade prisoners of war. And if you photograph those prisoners, you are degrading them. So to engage in that kind of behavior and then publish it in a way that goes viral, I would say is designed to humiliate not just Hamas, but Palestinians. As Sahar said, there's plenty of evidence to suggest that these fighters in the pictures are ordinary people. So I think what's happening here, as the pressure from the US for the war to end increases, Israel are more desperate to convey to their domestic audience that there is some sort of victory here. And the way that they want to do that is to have this mass humiliation of Palestinian men and then publish that to an Israeli audience.
Did any of you guys see that absolutely atrocious video of the Israeli representative saying that the reason that they stripped them down was because it's the Middle East and they were hot? Has anyone seen that? Here, hold on, I'll pull it up. I don't know if anybody's seen this already. I don't know if this has made the rounds just yet. Here we go. Hold on. I don't know. Let me know if any of you have heard this one yet.
What was the purpose of showing dozens of men, some bound in blindfold, stripped to their underwear, and we believe now at least some of that filmed by IDF members? What was the purpose of the exercise that was going on at that point in that part of Gaza?
First of all, remember it's the Middle East and it's warmer here, and especially during the day when it's sunny, it's to be asked to take off your shirt. It might not be pleasant, but it's not the end of the world.
Showing dozens of men.
You heard it here. You heard it here first, folks. All those men that were stripped down to their fucking underwear and humiliated in front of fucking cameras. It's just hot here in the Middle East. We were doing them a favor. Strip down to your underwear. We don't want you getting too hot out here. That dude is a fucking demon. I agree, Philbo. Philbo, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the same guy that was that talked to Mehdi Hassan? There was like a Mehdi Hassan conversation. Mehdi Hassan, I don't know, Gaza, let me see. It's like the same guy. Yeah, it is this fucking guy. It's the same fucking guy. Yeah. Hold on one second. Let me just get my YouTube thing set up.
Mark Regev, senior advisor to
Why do they
Israeli
let
Prime
this dude do
Minister
public
Benjamin
relations?
Netanyahu. He was previously Israel's ambassador to the United Kingdom.
Also, this was Mehdi Hassan's last fucking the Mehdi Hassan show's last episode or something like that. Like his show got canceled after this.
Regev, thanks so much for coming on the show today. Let's start with the tragic situation. Pleasure to have you on. Let's start with the tragic situation of the hostages. Hostage taking, a clear war crime by Hamas, and those hostages, of course, need to be released. Are we any closer to the release of any more hostages?
We surely hope so. Hamas, as you've reported, has kidnapped some 240 people. Unfortunately, today we found the body near the Shifa hospital of one of the hostages, a woman from Kibbutz Be'eri. Her name is Yehudit Weiss. She was 65 years old, a mother of 5. And so she's no longer a hostage. She was dead. The information we have is when she was taken into captivity, when she was abducted by Hamas, she was alive. We've now found her body. It was one of the results of the military operation today. Of course, getting the hostages out remains one of the focal points of our military operation, and we believe that by
this is a couple weeks old, so we'll probably just stick with this. I don't want to rehash old stuff that we've already talked about 3 weeks ago. But yeah, it's the same guy, same exact guy, and he just engages in this fucking demonic language of justification of Israeli war crimes.
Vengeance for what happened on October the 7th.
Dina Matar, your thoughts on this? Because one could easily argue that this has backfired. This, as other videos have that Israel has released since the beginning of this conflict, there is so much talk on social media, in broadcast news, on this video. And in a similar way, there was a lot of talk on previous videos that Israel has released, and there was just really deep questions, fundamental questions on the authenticity of the videos, whether they were staged, to what extent they were staged, etc. Could one consider that this has backfired and continues to backfire for Israel?
Well, that's a good question. I think I was today looking at the BBC coverage of this particular video, and even the BBC, which has now gone into the practice of verifying and putting the word verify of various videos that come out of the war. It was interesting to see that even in the BBC report, it said there are still questions remaining in terms of the authenticity. There's another point, so the first images of the group of men, or, it's not only a group, it's a couple of hundred men stripped down to their underwear. That first image came out, maybe about 4 days ago or even more. And then the video of the man with the gun came back later. So there is the timing element. So the question arises as to why did Israel decide, or Israeli authorities or the IDF decide to publish the image of the man with the gun? There's another issue that I want to raise here, which is, despite the very, the sophistication of Israeli intelligence and Israeli communication practices and their propaganda machine, these videos show a bit of kind of naivety, and in a sense, they are probably images taken by the soldiers themselves of their captives, and then reframed by, that's my assumption, I mean, I don't know whether I'm correct or not, time will tell, is that they have been reframed as part of the Israeli propaganda campaign and the misinformation campaigns that have kind of come up quite a lot during this war against Gaza.
There's something I'd like to put to all of you, is that these videos that we've been, by the way, putting up on screen, of course, as you've been talking, these videos have been referenced by Israeli leadership. We heard Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reference it earlier in that report that Hamas fighters were laying down their weapons. This is Herzi Halevi, the Israeli Chief of General Staff. Listen to him.
I see the achievements from day to day. We are seeing every day terrorists are killed and also terrorists who are injured. In the last few days, we also have seen them surrendering, a sign of the collapse of the system, a sign that we need to press harder. And this is what you are doing.
All right. Sahar Hamis, so we see there's this kind of feedback loop almost, where the video makes it onto Israeli media. This video, the soundbite that we just aired, was recorded a couple days ago. And then you see the heads of the military or the prime minister saying, we have the video. This shows that our military campaign is working. And it seems that one feeds into the other.
I think that Israel is desperate in order to paint an image of some kind of quote-unquote victory, because that has not really been the case. I mean, it was hoping for some kind of grand operation that would really put Hamas down to its knees in a very short time. And as we all know, that did not happen. The ground operation in Gaza did not go as planned for Israel or as hoped for. And as it loses more and more of its own soldiers and artillery and all of that stuff, it is really desperate in order to show that it is doing some kind of success or some kind of victory is being achieved in Gaza. Hence, these kinds of videos that are mostly staged and unverified, as we've been giving examples before. We all know the example, of course, also in Al-Shifa hospital, where the soldiers claimed that Hamas had a command control center under the hospital. And then, of course, there were all of these jokes in, Arab social media posts about the calendar that was shown on the wall, and that some Israeli soldier was pointing down to as like, oh, this is like a list of Hamas fighters, when in fact it was just a list of the days of the week. So there were like jokes going on viral on social media saying, be careful. If you're an Arab, don't keep a calendar, because that can really prove that you are.
So this is Al Jazeera a day ago saying more than 18,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israel's bombing campaign. So that's definitely lower than what Euromed Monitor said. But, 18,000, 24,000. I mean, at that point, you're kind of splitting hairs at that point.
Are somehow associated with Hamas or hummus. So it has been like, really used in the social media context as some kind of making fun of this type of dangerous disinformation. But it is not only funny, it is really very dangerous, because some people, unfortunately, take these types of disinformation, and it is disinformation, not misinformation, because misinformation happens when you don't get the facts right, but you have a good intention. But disinformation happens, as in these cases, when you deliberately tweak the facts and actually create some kind of fake scenario or fake story that never happened. So this is called disinformation. And that is very dangerous because, unfortunately, some receivers or audiences may not be witty enough, may not be really media literate, and can just take all of that stuff at face value and believe it to be a fact when it's not.
But, you know, even within the Israeli media, if you read Haaretz, for instance, they carried this report with, and they attributed, they quoted senior security officials told Haaretz on Sunday that of the hundreds of Palestinian detainees photographed handcuffed in the Gaza Strip, about 10 to 15% are Hamas operatives or are identified within the organization. Now, simple math.
So that's exactly this thing that we were already reading. I've pulled this up several times if you haven't seen it. So that exact figure, 10 to 15%. Is the same thing that I was pulling up here from Haaretz. So let's see the response.
Tells us that means 85 to 90% of the people that we see in these pictures are not in any way affiliated with Hamas, and the military, the Israeli military, say that they've released the others. So it seems that there's the big picture narrative that's being put out, as we said, that by Netanyahu, the heads of the military, and then when they're questioned in detail by the media, they say, well, actually, 90% of these people are not Hamas operatives. So
I'd be surprised
Mark,
if it was
this goes
even
back
that
to
many.
the question that I was asking you earlier.
I'd be surprised if it was even that many. I feel that 10 to 15% is probably too generous for the amount of those people that were, Hamas affiliates. And also, I don't know what a Hamas affiliate means, because think about it. When they talk about the Gaza Health Ministry, a Hamas affiliate, does everyone that works at the Gaza Health Ministry an affiliate of Hamas? You know, that's what the media likes to say. Those are Hamas numbers those are Hamas doctors. It's like if you went into Al-Shifa Hospital, every single fucking person working at that hospital is somebody like in a ski mask with a stethoscope on. Like every single person working at Al-Shifa Hospital would be like this. Where is it? Where's my mask? Yeah, so like if you walked into Al-Shifa Hospital, every single doctor would be looking like this with a stethoscope, and it would be a stethoscope and a doctor's coat on, and every single one of them would be having a ski mask on with a Hamas headband. That's what the Israeli media would have you believe Al-Shifa Hospital was. So when you think about it like that, what is a Hamas affiliate? What does it take to be affiliated with Hamas? If Hamas is the governmental structure of Gaza, you can use that term loosely, so fast and loose. That's right, Sam. The mask got broken out. Sam, by the way, can we make Lenin's Lament a VIP whenever we get a chance?
Who is the intended
Appreciate all your
audience,
help,
and
Sam.
what's the purpose if you're then going to say, actually, most of these people were civilians?
Well, again, I think
I'll answer that question right there. The reason is because most people aren't even going to fucking pay attention to fucking Haaretz doing this. They're going to see that picture with the gun, and they're already just so ready. They're already so fucking, they're already just so ready. They're so open and ready to receive the Israeli propaganda that's all they need to see. Next time something, okay, all right, no problem. I wasn't sure. Okay, no problem. We'll figure it out. I'll have Johnny help me with it or something. But you know what I mean? Like, they're so open and ready to receive the Israeli propaganda that they just need to see them holding guns and say, that's Hamas. And then it's like, all right, that's enough for me. That's Hamas. They're not going to see this. They're not going to parse this out. It's kind of like when there was that war in Ukraine. Well, I guess there's still the war in Ukraine. You know what the fuck I mean? When you had the war in Ukraine, like things would be posted, and then like Reuters or whatever would make a story, and then a week later they would have to retract it because it wasn't correct. But then the retraction never gets the amount of circulation that the story itself gets. So the story itself already carries out the effective purpose of propaganda, and then when it's retracted the next week, it doesn't matter. The damage is already done. So they asked, why would they release that video if just a day or so later they would just say, oh, those are actually mostly civilians? It's because it doesn't matter. They've already made the propaganda punch that they needed with that footage.
This isn't just about Hamas. I think what we're seeing here, and I mentioned it earlier, and this notion of, the fact that the men in the photos were stripped down to their underwear. This is about humiliation, right? And it's not just about the act of humiliation. It's the public broadcasting of these images, which makes that humiliation a form of viral humiliation, right? It's about, helping dehumanize Palestinians and othering them. And I think this is another argument of why it's for not just the Israeli audience, but the global audience to an extent. One of the issues we've seen coming out of the past 2 months is this attempt to routinely dehumanize Palestinians. Why is it important to dehumanize them? Well, because if you dehumanize them, and we've seen lots of discourse like this from, for example, an Israeli official referring to Palestinians as human animals, if people are encouraged to see Palestinians as less than human, they'll be more likely to support continued, not just Israeli action against Palestinians, but increasingly horrible.
That's true. You know what I mean? I made the assumption that it was all for propaganda purposes, but I didn't even take into it the humiliation. You know, they're ethnically cleansing these people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't fucking matter what the world thinks of it. You know what I mean? They're going to do this to them because they want them to leave and never come back. They want them to go to some far away. They want them to go live in a tent city in the Sinai desert. So when they do this to them, hopefully this teaches them a lesson and that they never come back to their homes, because for fear and the trauma of this happening again is probably larger, the psychological effect that this has on the population of Gaza.
Treatment of Israelis, of Palestinians, right? And this narrative of dehumanization is contributing to this. So I think this photo of Palestinians was an attempt at dehumanization to further basically legitimize continued Israeli attacks on them. And I use this kind of example of the audience, right? Some people say, well, why this information often seems so flimsy, or the staged elements seem obvious. Well, it's like Israel airstrikes. So Israel are happy to kill 100 civilians if it means they're killing one Hamas leader. They're happy to arrest 100 civilians if it means arresting 10 Hamas leaders. But I say the same for disinformation. It doesn't matter if 100 people, critical people, realize that the disinformation is nonsense. As long as 2 or 3 Israelis will believe that disinformation, then it's been successful to an extent.
Dina, there is in Hebrew, and it doesn't have an exact English translation, the concept of hasbara, which is essentially a communications strategy to explain what the state of Israel is doing. The closest approximation to the Hebrew word hasbara is explain, right? Explain what Israel is doing. Do you want to explain to our viewers how Israel uses that and has used that in the past?
So Israel has used hasbara, which is translated into public relations or communication strategies, in very specific and targeted ways. I agree with Mark that the audience for this particular clip we were talking about is the Israeli audience. And in a sense, it's a way of telling them, look, we are taking hostages. And in a sense, it's saying we are also, keeping them and humiliating them. So maybe it's a way of responding to the current debate within Israeli societies, particularly by the family members of hostages in Gaza. But to go back to hasbara, it's a strategy, a political communication strategy that Israel has been using to try and legitimize its own narrative about itself. In a way, the right to exist, the right to defend itself, kind of locating it within this anti-Semitic frame. Everyone who criticizes Israel is immediately branded as being anti-Semitic. And this hasbara is targeted at different people and publics. It's not only, it's basically targeted at publics in the West, perhaps in the Arab world as well, to try and, change the perspectives, or perhaps show that, or support Israel in its claims about itself. And we have seen many examples about that over the years. And it is a very pernicious strategy. And you could see that one of the most important figures who practices it is, of course, Mark Regev, who probably has had training in communication and how to use language. And he insists on using particular terms all the time, denying any possibility of thinking otherwise. So this is what hasbara is, and it's been written about quite a lot in the literature, in the academic literature, in terms of the literature on propaganda and on strategic communication.
By the way, Mark Regev is an Israeli diplomat, a civil servant, a government advisor, but most TV viewers, especially people who watch news about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, they will definitely have seen him in interviews because he speaks, obviously in favor of Israel, but he gives a lot of interviews to explain the Israeli point of view. Outside of Israel, do you feel that for this conflict, Hasbara is working? Because Israel, since October the 7th, has lost a lot of international support. We know how the world feels about this war because there was a resolution at the UN General Assembly. I'm not talking about the one at...
Whoa, really random. I made Korean rice cakes by hand today and made pad thai in your honor yesterday. That's so nice. Pad thai is literally one of my favorite foods of all time. I think Thai food is my generally all-time favorite food, whether it's the curry, whether it's the pad thai, whether it's the drunken noodle, whether it's the tom kha, whether it's the tom yum. I fucking love all that shit. So it's very nice that you thought of me when you talked about when you made the pad thai. Thank you very much.
The Security Council. I'm talking about the General Assembly,
it's
which
nice
takes
and spicy.
the temperature of how
nice,
all the countries in the world feels. There was an overwhelming...
Although I can't do Thai spicy. I have to take the white person level spicy, or else it's too much for me.
Overwhelming majority for a ceasefire and to stop the fighting. Do you feel Hasbara is working outside of Israel for this conflict, for this war?
Are you asking me? I can answer.
Yeah.
I think it has worked in the past, but I think people are beginning to see that the claims made by Israel are just claims. They're just lies, misinformation, propaganda. That's all we could say. And there is a shift in opinion, particularly amongst the younger generation. And that's because they are using social media. They're able to see what's happening. They're mobilizing behind other towns and so on.
He's getting hit with the ads. I'm sorry.
Hasbara is still used, and it is supported by a lot of funding. In the UK, we have something called BICOM, which is a British-Israeli communication unit that was established about, I would say, 2016, with the purpose of flooding the public space and the media space in the UK with the pro-Israeli narrative. So we see a shift amongst the young people, but I think the older generation are much harder to shift in terms of their opinion.
Sahar, does this kind of video and others that came before it, including ones that you talked about, others that we referenced that were either debunked or that were, laughed at on social media and seen as either wildly inaccurate or completely staged, does that pose a problem for the U.S., which is the main supporter of Israel in this war at this stage? I mean, let's just remind our viewers, based on the U.S. veto at the UN Security Council just a few days ago, Israel is just...
Also, apparently the UN is currently making another... Whoa, Dave, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Thank you so much for raiding, man. That's so appreciated. Ross, gifting a tier 1 sub to Kay. How do you say? Thank you so much, Ross, for giving that to Kay. It's a very, very deserving sub recipient. We have a lot of love and appreciation for Kay here, and we have a lot of love and appreciation for you, Ross. Thank you so much. And we also have a lot of love and appreciation for David and the Raiders. Thank you. What's up, everybody? David, how was your stream? The piss train is here, everybody. Pat on a Tuesday? How subversive. Well, Dave, I was also streaming last Tuesday, but I think you were balls deep in a H Bomber Guy video. Holy shit, we got a hype train too. I'll honor the hype train. A train full of piss. We had a piss train, huh? Okay, well, let's keep that piss train going because now we got a hype piss train. We got a hype piss train now, everybody. Let's do what
I wake up and teardrops, they fall down like rain. I put on that old song that we danced to and then I head back to the track. It's not much to say.
Baldwin's Ghost.
I've been hurt and fucked up too many years ago.
I'm so sick of you piss lovers.
Hoping I could come up quick along the broken road. I hustled and found a plug from me extra, show me love. Now I'm flexing in a wreck. They hating on me too.
Years ago.
And every sleepless night led me to where I am. Bitches that broke my heart, they became hoes that scam. Show me a better way. Promise I'll quit this game. This much I know it's true. I came up and so could you. And fuck the boys in blue. Fuck them all. Fuck 12, fuck 12. Fuck 12, fuck 12. Rolling money, act a fool. Who gets my proof? Brought my niggas, put them on. I promise I won't lose.
Show me another one.
I hustled and found a plug from me extra, show me love. Now I'm flexing in a wreck. They hating on me too. And every sleepless night led me to where I am. Bitches that broke my heart, they became hoes that scam. Show me a better way. Promise I'll quit this game. This much I know it's true. I came up and so could you. And fuck the boys in blue.
Anybody got a request for a song? We still got 2 minutes on the hype train.
For 12, 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 for 12. This much I know.
Play some old music for the olds. You know I like breaking this one out. This one's from the 90s.
In blue.
Listen, I don't know what these Zoomers think old is. You want to go old? I got old for you. And yo, Sacrificial Mill, thank you for the 200 bits, keeping us alive. We got less than a minute on the hype train. 82% to level 2 if we want to salvage this. Damn, Maverick. Thank you so much, Maverick. Got us to the level 2 hype train. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Maverick. What? David said he wanted old. David said he wanted old. What's good? Oh, Ronaldo, thank you so much for giving a gifted sub to the Quiet 185. Very good, thanks. Just keeps rolling along. You and me, we sweat and strain, body all aching and racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift that bale, you get a little drunk and your land's in jail. American poem.
Are there any American? Sick of trying. I'm tired of living and scared of dying. But
Buff, what's up? Congratulations. You're on a five stream streak. Thank you, Ree. Thank you for always being here, always watching. Enjoy your relaxation. Had a long day. Enjoy your bathing, your prayer, and everything. We'll be here. We'll be here.
from the dawn till sunset, getting no rest till the judgment.
You know that meme where it's like, why the fuck are you crying so loud? It's like your dad texting you and it's like, why the fuck are you crying so loud? It's because I'm listening to this song.
Let me go away from the Mississippi. Let me go away from the white man force. Show me that stream called the River Jordan. That's the old stream that I long to cross. Old man river, that old man river, he must know something.
But don't say nothing.
He just keeps rolling, he keeps on rolling along. Old river forever keeps rolling on. And them that plant them is soon forgotten. But old man river, he just keeps rolling along. Old river keeps hearing that song. You and me, we sweat and strain, body all aching and racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift that bale, you get a little drunk and you land in jail. I get weary and sick of flying, I'm tired of living
Instead of dying.
old man river, he just keeps rolling on.
You know, the truly heartbreaking thing is that Paul Robeson should be taught in every single history book. He was literally one of the most famous people to have ever lived during his time. I believe that almost to this day, his performance in Othello is one of the most widely viewed, like, live performances in human history. I that might have changed, but for the longest time, his Othello was like record breaking in the amount of people that watched it. It was like everything he did, from being literally in the NFL, speaking so many languages. He was an amazing academic. He was a fucking incredible singer, an amazing Broadway actor, like a record holding Broadway actor. He was an international fucking celebrity. At one point, he was considered one of the most famous people in the entire world. And then his political advocacy, which should have just only ascended his status even higher, doomed him. And now you could go up to people and they would have no fucking idea who the fuck Paul Robeson is. They would have no idea. Sam, yo, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Chris the Nerd TV. Pat's so cute when he cares more about Paul Robeson than scamming. Yeah, I probably should have hit the grift a little bit harder. Probably could have hit the grift a little harder. But you know, when y'all start talking about Robeson, okay, let's see this. Ross sent this. I want to see what this is.
American poets in here. I want to hear an American poem, something American, you know. Some sassy shit, South Carolina slave shouter, Alabama backwoods church shack call and response. I want to hear an American poem about sharecroppers on the side of the road, of families in cardboard boxes, not about kings or majestic lands or how beautiful ugly can be. I want to hear some American shit, some American poetry, something about ghettos of Italians, of Jews, of Germans, of niggers, about abandoned projects and lead poison and poverty and children in jail. I want to hear a poem about picket lines and a Joe Hill hill legend, struggle for an 8-hour day. Hey you, where are all the American poems about Harlem number runners and barbershop conversations about colored faces on colored TVs? I want to hear an American poem as American as jazz, as a South Bronx burner brandished on abandoned buildings, a scratch tune, a break beater, backspinner, beatboxer, rap song in Congo squares, niggas beating on buckets on Broad Street, as American as the Zulu Nation and Latin Kings. I want to hear an American poem about a dead girl on Chadwick Avenue with a bullet in her neck from a cop doing his job ordered by fascism and crack cocaine. You know, something made in the USA, something American and Afro-Cuban, New Yorican, Latin tinge, beating bomba and plena, spiraling out of the wide open tenement windows in the middle of the winter on the verge of East Harlem or North Newark. Poems of brown colonies of Albizu being tortured for breathing Taino blood, screaming African tongues, dialoguing in Spanish for being him Puerto Rican self, and worst of all, loving it. My God, where the hell is all the American poetry? Not poems about your attic, not poems about how your clothes fit, or fucking poems and stale slobber, nor the night before or the morning after. I don't want to hear about your shoes or your statues and your fantasies. There's no more American poetry, just death marches and stoic laughter and niggas being funny. No American poems. I won't boost your ego, play your songs, boost your morale, make you comfortable shit. I want to hear an American poem, something native like smallpox, like Trail of Tears, like Wounded Knee. I want to hear an American poem with American images like Welcome Back Kotter or White Shadow or different strokes about white gods who guide helpless niggas to the light. American, you know. Something that represents us, a colored rainbow, a big bright fist, a uncorrected sentence, some improper English shit. As American as COINTELPRO, as American as COINTELPRO, as Peekskill, New York, as Robeson singing out the back of his truck like Nina Simone playing at the Village Gate.
So that Peekskill thing that they just mentioned right there, look at this. I don't know, how do you actually spell Peekskill? So when Paul Robeson was Public Enemy #1, House American activity, House Un-American, etc. There was such a massive riot / protest of his. There was literal effigies. Let me see if I can find a picture of the effigies that they made for Paul Robeson. Here, look at this. This is what they were doing for Paul Robeson when they mentioned Peekskill, New York. Oh, shit. This is what was happening in America. This is what was happening in the United States of America while Paul Robeson was defending human rights around the world. Yes, you can swear. So I just want everybody, when you see this stuff about, here, look, let me show you. When you hear this stuff about Peekskill, it was like a full-on riot against Paul Robeson. Hold on one second. Let me change this up. There we go. The Peekskill riots took place at the Cortlandt Manor in New York in 1949. The catalyst for the rioting was an announced concert by black singer Paul Robeson, who was well known for a strong pro-trade union stance, civil rights activism, communist affiliations, and anti-colonialism. The concert, organized as a benefit for the Civil Rights Congress, was scheduled to take place on August 27th in Lakeland Acres, just north of Peekskill. He made some comments in Paris in 1949. He had been increasingly vocal against the KKK and forces of white supremacy. Both domestically and internationally, Robeson specifically made a transformation from someone who was primarily a singer into a political persona who vocally supported what were at the time considered communist causes, including decolonization of Africa, anti-Jim Crow legislation, and peace with the Soviet Union. That's the type of thing that'll get an effigy made of you in the United States of America. Robeson also appeared before the House Un-American Activities. We know about that. Let's see here. So we had this first concert, meetings to protest the first riot, second concert, aftermath. Let me see here. See, like, these aren't really like giving you the idea of what really happened, because you can see right here in these, like, this was like a full-blown bedlam here against Paul Robeson. Like, you can see all these people coming together, and they protect. This is Paul Robeson had a bunch of union activists that were protecting him as well, you know, and he refused to not do that concert. He refused to not do that, even though everyone told him not to. And he was surrounded by unionists and supporters. See, look, this is it right here. So, protected by volunteer bodyguards from the Fur and Leather Workers Union, Paul Robeson sings at a microphone at the Hollowbrook Golf Club near Peekskill as a crowd of 15,000 to 12,000 concert goers left the venue. Violence broke out, unleashed by disaffected World War I veterans who protested the gathering as pro-communist. So you can see him here. I know it's kind of like a rough picture. You can see him here, and these are all the people that are protecting him. These are all the union workers that protected him. And I've read this book before. That's why I went and grabbed it. You know what I mean? If you want to, this is like the book. If you want to read more about this stuff that happened in Peekskill and just more about Paul Robeson's life, this is called The Great Forerunner. This is definitely what I would suggest looking into. But let's finish out that cool poem, because then I have some other things that I want to get to as well. All right, so that one goes away. We go back to this. This one comes back. Sorry, guys. I'm still getting the hang
with
of
Baldwin next to her on a piano stool and Amina Baraka in the audience, air filled with smoke, cognac, and Mississippi, goddamn. Capture that moment. See if you can see that shit. An American masterpiece, an American poem, something American like the red summer, strange fruit, pomerades. Hey, you, no, you, and you, something American. USA, America, USA, America, USA, America, USA, American as the KKK. Hayes Tilden, 1877. Dred Scott, 1857. Brown versus Board of Ed. Sweat versus Painter. Smith versus Allwright. Smith versus Charlotte Mecklenburg. Us versus them. Them versus us. Us versus them. Them versus us. You know any poem about Emmett Till will do. The Tallahatchie River, church bombings or child murders, about Alabama red dirt and boycotts in Montgomery, about families migrating north with dignity and shotguns. I want to hear a poem about a beautiful black boy. A beautiful black boy, can't you see him? A beautiful black boy colored into his night, his eyes, the stars, his hands, our will. About a beautiful black boy in the middle of a project playing checkers with glass and stones, who beat buckets on drums and played a horn in his sleep. I want to hear a poem about a beautiful black woman, an incredibly beautiful black girl, an incredibly beautiful black girl, an incredibly beautiful black woman. Face aged mahogany smile and flowers, petals for her lips. A beautiful brown girl with a poem in her eyes, and a gun in her hand, sitting in a puddle of tears in Clinton's women's facility in the Garden State, in the land of the free. You know something that represents us. You know something American.
Ross, that was really cool. That was really cool, Ross. What is that from? Link the video? Yeah, 1 second. Here you go. Yeah, Ross sent that in. I had never heard of that before. I don't know who the poet is. I don't know who the performer was. But 1 sec. Okay. Shrugs, I don't know. What are you, a cop? What are you, a cop? Why are you asking so many questions? So today, you know, I didn't have a lot planned, but man, I watched this video a couple days ago, and I thought it'd be really cool to watch on stream. And it's a video about Jamaica. It's like one of those travel videos about Jamaica. And it was like really interesting to see like what it's like in Jamaica, because like when we're talking about the Caribbean, and you know, I couldn't help but think about Cuba, because Cuba has this thing about being like public enemy number one to the United States. And everybody talks about how hellish it is to live in Cuba, and the people there, they're eating condom pizzas and they're eating their own pets, and they're constantly trying to like, you know, escape because the poverty is so bad, and God, socialism just destroys the country. And, you know, they're also kind of aware of this with Haiti in terms of like, you know, Haiti not being so great. But Jamaica, on the other hand, I feel like there's this idea that because there's like resorts there and because people know Bob Marley and they say all these things, that like they kind of overlook the desperate poverty that exists in Jamaica. And, you know, we can look at you know, what has gone down in Jamaica historically, because there was Manley was a socialist who Kissinger, you know, fucked over. And we're going to talk about all that. But at first I just wanted to look at this video first, and then we're going to talk about more like the historical plight of Jamaica. Tay, I know you're from, I know you have Caribbean lineage. Is it Caribbean or is it, oh, well, I guess that's kind of like a weird thing because Caribbean is still a Jamaican lineage. I'm sorry. I might be making an assumption about you. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, it is Caribbean. You're right, Jamaican. Okay, all right. I didn't want to assume. I'm sorry. So here's a video. This just came out 3 days ago. And this really shows what it's like living in Jamaica, or not what it's like living in Jamaica, but it gives you a window into the poverty that some people struggle with.
Turn on.
What's your name, Rickard?
Turn on.
Your workshop's all flooded, sir.
Yes, well, should repair it. I need to repair it. Come on today. But after it's still going, I can't make that stop me.
There's just mosquitoes everywhere. You come to a place like this and people are just scrambling through the dump and...
Wait, look at that fucking dump. Look at that fucking landfill. And those are people. This also happens in Guatemala. This happens to a lot of places. There's these people that live amongst the landfills because they just go through it. They just go through it and trash pick stuff, try to get like pieces of copper, pieces of metal, stuff that they can scrap. I saw this when I was in Guatemala. There's communities that live in the landfills to do that. You also see this in Ghana. In a lot of impoverished places, you see these communities that live amongst the trash to get the valuables that are thrown away.
And a lot of this gets recycled. We've met a local, he makes his money off the dump here. So all these electronics here is hooked up to cameras out on the street. You can see when police or other gang members are here. You have to have the camera set up so you can see what's happening. Yeah. It's very dangerous. Yeah. Here on the top of the tree is the camera. Another one here. Yeah. And let me guess, you got those in the dump?
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
And Vika made a good point here. Less than 1% of Jamaica's coastline is accessible to the public, limiting the locals' access to their own beaches, which this is kind of like the reasoning that there's this American misunderstanding of Jamaica. They think Jamaica's all cool. It's all Irie. It's all fucking smoking weed and reggae and shit like that and resorts, and everybody just hangs out on the beach all day. And you know what I mean? Like, and that's probably like the tourist idea of Jamaica. Some of those resorts are former plantations. Yeah, I absolutely, I mean, I imagine most of Jamaica was plantations at one point, so that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Fine!
You can see there's been hurricanes here lately. The bed and the water is just completely flooded.
So I start recap and go after you.
So we've come into one of the buildings. Local gang guys said I can walk in front so I can film and not get them on camera, obviously. Jamaica. Music, beaches, and gang violence.
Government of Jamaica declared a state of public emergency to combat rising violence.
It seems to have a split reputation. I've always wondered what Jamaica is actually like on the ground. Jamaica has an astronomically high murder rate in some of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the world. Let's see what it's like for ourselves, shall we?
They call it bad.
Hear the children
crying. Shooting, war.
Violent war in Jamaica.
Gunfire still echoing out around the city as darkness falls.
Is there a place for the hopeless sinners?
Hello and welcome to a very hot and sunny Jamaica here. Today we're actually heading to Tivoli Gardens, which is one of the most notorious neighborhoods in the whole of Jamaica. Here we are in the capital city here of Kingston. This neighborhood is famous for turf rivalries, gang wars. Jamaica actually has one of the highest murder rates per capita in the whole of the world. Needless to say, I'm a bit nervous going into this. Jamaica has a colorful history, beautiful culture, great people, and obviously there's so many layers to that. So let's go and see if we can uncover some of those layers today. So we've just stopped here because a woman has been shot in the street up above here ahead, and there's full crime scene and police line do not cross and everything. You can see up there, I don't know if you can make it out, but there's a guy in a white suit who's just cleaning up the scene of the crime. Quite the introduction to Kingston here. So we're here with Kevin, and Kevin's looking after me whilst I'm here in Jamaica, and this is quite the way to start the time here, eh? So this is a daily occurrence in Kingston, just murders every day.
Yeah, this is downtown Kingston.
And you're used to this?
Yes,
yeah.
We have a lot of volatile communities in and around this area. So you have a lot of turf war, gang violence.
Okay, so we've arrived at Tivoli Gardens. We're going to go in and meet some of the local gang members now. You can see the streets are very quiet here. Apparently police and military never come in here, and if they do, they come in like fully armed to the teeth. So we're going to go meet the guys. To be in this neighborhood is quite something.
And residents of downtown were shaken with fear as the security forces moved their way into sections of Tivoli Gardens.
These were the armed forces on the waterfront in downtown Kingston at about 1 p.m. in position and full gear as helicopters buzzed ahead and the Coast Guard patrolled the waters. The sound of gunfire was dangerously close. The media was not allowed to go any closer. Reports were that the armed forces had launched an air attack. Several women saying they were Tivoli residents called our news center expressing fear.
I'm in the house under my bed and I hear bomb drop. I can hear the gunshot directly surrounding the building, each house is in Tivoli and directly shooting at them.
So we got two guys escorting us. One has like a big Gucci bag around his shoulder, and then we're both smoking weed. Straight gangsters. We're with one of the guys that controls the area. Can't put him on camera, but we're behind the buildings. You can see that we had to go past the crime scene to get here. And now we've come to the back of these buildings, and he says that I'm allowed to film these drain pipes. So basically it's really tightly controlled, and I'm just filming what I can, but it's quite tense. Would you mind just giving us a quick explanation about this neighborhood?
Over the years, it has been run by one family, gangsters.
Ernalda, I'm wondering if this white guy has an adrenaline need. This guy has been to he's been in North Korea, he's been, Iran, he's been in Libya. It's extraordinarily hard to get into Libya, by the way. He got into Libya. He's been like everywhere. So like he has like a pretty good, he's probably just pretty experienced. There's a recent one from a year ago where he was caught in a shooting while he was in Haiti and stuff like that. So he's like a professional traveler YouTuber. Yeah.
Was Dodos, they call him president. He has been extradited to the US. He's sentenced now and serving his time.
Christopher Dudas Koch, one of the world's most notorious drug traffickers.
Dozens of deaths at the hands of the security forces.
And earned us the unenviable label as one of the murder capitals of the world.
All because of one man. And for Kingston's garrison communities, the economy was increasingly dominated by drugs. In this environment, the most ruthless would prevail, expanding its drugs empire into North America and Europe.
So when the leader of this area was running it before he got extradited to the US, it was in much better condition. You wouldn't have this sewage overflow, and people were better taken care of, apparently. So we've come into one of the buildings that you've seen. We're going to
hear that. So it's like the people of this town are saying that when the alleged drug dealer was in the community, they lived better than with the government, than the government taking care of them at the time. The murder rate, they said that the murder rate is one of the highest in the world. I don't exactly know. Here, I'll pull it up for you right now. Murder rate in Jamaica, 2023. Yeah, that works. In the first half of 2023, Jamaica reported an 11.8% reduction in homicides compared to the same period in 2022. The number of such crimes decreased to 786. So it is declining. I'm just curious. It's 52.9 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants. So 52.9 per 100,000.
Walk up to the top. The local gang guys said that I can walk in front so I can film and not get them on camera, obviously. What's your name, sir?
Leroy.
Leroy?
Yeah, man.
Nick.
Nice to meet you, Nick.
Nice
Yeah,
to
man.
meet
Where
you.
you from?
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah, man.
You know it?
Yeah, man. I know New Zealand.
Very far away.
I
have to say, I hate that part where he asks the guy if he knows where New Zealand is or if he's heard of New Zealand. Like, come on, bro. Like, this guy, like, they might be poor over here, but I'm sure this guy knows where New Zealand is. Like, it's not like he's
New Zealand, yeah, man.
You know it?
Yeah, man. I know New Zealand.
New Zealand. Do you know it? It's like, yeah, dude, he knows it. He knows it. How many die from gang shootings in any large American city? In Philadelphia, where I currently reside, there's about 500 murders a year, but that is dramatically high compared to most cities in the country. It's like Chicago and Philadelphia are two of like the higher ones in the country.
Very far away.
I was in Amsterdam.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was in England.
This neighborhood here,
You know what I'm saying? This dude's been to fucking Amsterdam in England. Like, he's not like fucking, it's not like he's never looked at a map before or like, you know, like it's like the dude's poor or he lives in a poor community. It doesn't mean that he doesn't know where where a fucking country is. Or he's not even that he doesn't know where it is, that he's ever heard of it.
Tivoli Gardens, have you lived here your whole life?
Yeah, Tivoli Garden is a nice place.
How has it changed over the years, for better or for worse?
Well, it's when it done here, the place was more perfect.
Okay.
You understand me?
Yeah.
But he's not here now, so we have to make it perfect as well.
When the president was here?
Yeah, when the president.
Right.
So we have to see to it that everything is copacetic indeed.
Right.
You understand me?
Is that difficult?
It's right next to Old Zealand, you fucking Kiwi. Oh, Baldwin's Ghost. When I said gang shooting, I just meant murder. I was just talking about murder. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the shootings in Philadelphia are like gang related, you could say. But I was just going off the murders. I don't know about exactly gang shootings. There's probably thousands of shootings in Philadelphia every year.
It's very difficult.
You think they got...
Yeah, he did talk to him like a child. Yeah, it's very far away. I came here on something called a plane. It's like a car that flies. Yeah, like that level of white paternalism talking to a Jamaican person.
Government are doing an okay job?
Yeah, doing a fantastic job. We don't see the bad as yet.
Okay, so you're a positive man, right?
Yeah, we don't see the bad as yet, but everything all right.
Okay.
Yeah, man, everything all right.
Right. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Leroy.
man. Yeah, man, all
I
right.
appreciate your time. This water here is sewage because the families are growing. You know, the sewage system's overwhelmed. Thank you.
2 rooms with one flat.
Right. So a lady's allowed us to come in here. She doesn't want to be on camera, but... Right. Nice place. Okay.
Yeah, Ross, it's just because of the growing family that is. It's not because of like the absolutely exploitative economic conditions that this capitalist country lives under that is making the sewage absolutely unattainable for adequate sewage unattainable for the poorest communities, or maybe even just like the mid-tier poor communities. I don't even know. You know, I'm sure that the inequality in Jamaica is extremely stark.
Right. Yeah. Nice place. Some lunch. And here's a view out the back. So over in that direction was where we saw the crime scene. I mean, Kingston is a beautiful city. It's nestled amongst these mountains here and obviously the Caribbean Sea at the bottom, but it really is quite tense.
Everything up,
Baldwin's Ghost. I do have to say that those are murder rate. So murder rate is always going to be different. And the bigger the city, the bigger the population of a city, the more murders it could be, but a different rate. So I'm just talking about the raw numbers of Philadelphia is about 500. But in terms of a rate, there's millions of people that live in Philadelphia. So that's why you see certain places like Flint, Michigan or something like that at the top of these lists. Let me see what number one is. St. Louis, Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is wild because Baltimore is a very big city. Birmingham, Detroit, Dayton. Yeah. So like the thing is when like generally the bigger the city is, it could have more murders per year than some of these smaller ones. But the fact of the matter is that if you only have fucking 200,000 people that live in the city, they're dramatically more. Or they affect the rate more.
Okay, so we've come to Riverton Dump, which is the biggest dump in all of Jamaica. The reason we wanted to come here is because it's a really good illustration of, people fighting to make money here. Jamaica has been one of the most expensive countries I've been to in the world, and that's no exaggeration. The accommodation and the food and things is quite expensive, so obviously when you have that mixed in with poverty, when it's expensive even for tourists, you come to a place like this and people are just scrambling through the dump, and a lot of this gets recycled. We've met a local guy, I'll introduce you to him, and he makes his money off the dump here. You can obviously see the scale of the place, but two things that you can't see or feel: the smell and the heat. This is some people's daily office, they come here every day, day in, day out, 7 days a week, just to try and make a little bit of money from scraps of plastic. And what people really want to find is copper wire and old appliances and things like this maybe. That's where the money is. Humbling sight to show what it takes to survive in this country if you're not one of the more privileged.
Turn on!
What's your name? Ricardo.
Not turn on!
It's on.
Ricardo. Alright, watch out. Film the fire.
Film the fire.
Alright, that's all bonfire down here every day. Yeah, man. Watch out now. A river turn.
Baldwin's Ghost. I'm saying that like we're both like effectively right, but it depends on how you're measuring it. It depends on if you're measuring it on the total number of murders, just raw numbers, or if you do it per capita, which is the percentage that it occurs, or the number of times it occurs per 100,000 people. So, like a rate. So say somebody. Oh, let me not do that here. So like a rate in a small country. So for example, okay, I grew up in an area called Camden County, New Jersey. For like 4 years, the city of Camden was considered the most dangerous. It does pay. Okay, hold on. So let me talk about this for a second. All right, so we'll get back to the video in 1 second. So this is why I'm going to say that I don't think it actually paints a clearer picture, Lennon. And I understand why you think, and I'm not saying that it all depends on how you look at it, right? So let's open up Google. Let's close this one, open this one. Okay. So for example, I grew up in an area called Camden County, right? I'm not from the city of Camden, but I'm from the area outside of the city of Camden, which if you look over here, this is Camden County right here. It's outside of Philadelphia in New Jersey across the Delaware River. It sounds like a fake place. So like, I'll show you this. So Camden, most dangerous city. No surprise to anyone, it's Camden, New Jersey at number 14, the top 100 most dangerous places in the country. If you look back in like 2000, I don't know, what is it, like 2009 or something like that? Okay. So Camden was, up until 2009, the most dangerous city in the country. Camden, New Jersey. Hold on, let me see if I can just pull up the Wikipedia page. So, okay. Camden was ranked the third most dangerous city in 2002 and the most dangerous city overall in 2004 and 2005. It improved to fifth spot for 2006 and 2007, but then rose to number 2 in 2008 and then again in the most dangerous spot in 2009. So now Camden, this city, is literally 9 square miles, right? It's only 9 square miles, and I don't even know how many people live in it. It's like, it's a very small area. Right? So hold on 1 second. Population, 71,000 people live in Camden. It's 9 square miles and it's only 70,000 people in there, but that's technically a city. And the thing about Camden is that it's pretty much just, it's pretty much all impoverished. almost all of Camden looks like this right here. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, there's an aquarium that's actually pretty nice. But see this right here? This is pretty much what all of exactly. It's a ran down industrial city. So all of Camden looks like this, right? There is no good part of Camden. There is no like glittering center city of Camden. There is no balance in Camden. It is pretty much just wall to wall poverty. So then when you look at a place like this, the amount of crime that exists per 100,000 people is so high compared to other places because it's essentially a full city that's entirely impoverished and has a higher crime rate. Philadelphia, on the other hand, has all this. I've lived in Philadelphia. I've been to Camden quite a bit, so Philadelphia has these glittering metropolises, right? It has entire neighborhoods that are very, very nice that nobody ever gets hurt in. Well, very rarely gets hurt in. So there's neighborhoods in Philadelphia that are just as bad, if not worse, than Little Camden. But the problem is that when you're doing statistics, there's this balance in Philadelphia that offsets everything because you have these places like Center City and places in South Philly and places like Manayunk that balance everything. There's pockets. There's neighborhoods in Philadelphia that are as big as Camden, but the thing is that they're being watered down by the rest of the city that isn't as dangerous as the impoverished areas. So the thing is, this is why Camden shot to the top of the list in terms of the most dangerous, even though it's realistically not any more dangerous than Philadelphia. It's merely a matter of it being an extremely small city that is desperately, desperately poor, and that it's pretty much wall to wall crime and impoverished. So per 100,000 people, it's dramatic. The rate is so high. The rate of violent crime is so high because of that factor. So Philadelphia has like literally like, so like, if you look at it, right? Camden murders 2022. And I don't want the murder rate. Look, murder and manslaughter was only 28 people in 2022. And the highest number since there was 44 in 2016. So this is the thing, but there's only 70,000 people that live in here. So that makes a high murder rate, even though only 28 happened in 2022 and 44 happened in 2016. Let's look at Philadelphia murders. I'm like destroying this because I'm not paying attention. I'm sorry. 2022. So Philadelphia records 500 homicides for second year in a row. This is the past 2 years in Philadelphia. So yeah, so this is kind of the thing that I'm saying is that when you have Jesus Christ, get out of my face. Get out of here, Philadelphia Inquirer. Oh my God. Okay. Well, you get the idea. What I'm saying is that the population is extremely important when we're talking about the population size and the size of the city are extremely important when you're talking about per capita numbers. That's all I was trying to get out there. I'm sorry. So Pat, what do you think is the best measure of crime? It just depends on what you're looking to learn. It just depends on what you want to ascertain. You know what I mean? Like, you have to look at look at it in several different ways to really understand like crime if you want to understand it. What is the murder rate in Sweden? I don't know, like negligible. The number of homicides per 100,000 inhabitants in Sweden fluctuated over the past 20 years, but was usually around 1. It was as low as 2012, 0.71 per 100,000 registered. Yeah, so yeah, Sweden has very low. We had 9 in 2022, way down, but we were about to. Yeah, exactly. 9 murders out of 68,000 people is a lot. Philadelphia has millions of people that live in it.
Hey, man. Get to wild and can't tame. The youths and boy, I tell you about them. Yeah, man. Watch out now. I scrum mentally deal it differently, you know.
What is that one
Yeah,
guy
man.
do?
Watch out now. Sponge, matches, everything. So the youth them, yeah. All of them try to make money everywhere, yeah. And watch out now. Government are none for we, you know. Yeah, man. We have to do it for ourselves, you see it. Hold on, man. I have to show me. We have to start from scratch, man.
Baldwin's Ghost, I agree. But the thing is I feel like it leads people to believe that some cities are safer than they are. Because if you just looked at the rate, you would think that Camden, New Jersey is a more dangerous place than Philadelphia. And there are places in Philadelphia that are absolutely more dangerous than Camden. Absolutely more dangerous. And if you look at it per capita, you might not understand that as much. Whereas Philadelphia is one of the most troubled places in the entire country for gun violence. And if you just looked at it where it ranks on that thing, it's not even ranked. I don't know, because there's so many people that it waters down the percentages.
We're not to jump the line. I watch and I want to burn bridge out in the ghetto, yeah, you see me? Yeah,
exactly.
Where more here, boy? Whole heap of thing want to talk, man. Whole heap of thing, man. Walk with me, no, man. Walk with me, no, man. Let me tell you about the ghetto. It's the ghetto. Not trust nobody. This is what to live off out here, you see me? In Riverton Meadows, you see me? City. That's how them call it, you see it? Yeah, man. Anything want scrap, you have youth when I go to school. Yeah, but you have you go to school too. Guess what them have for hustle? Them have for scrap to send themselves.
He's saying that they burn the wires from the dome.
Right, copper and
all those stuff, sell them back, and that's how they basically survive. The government does nothing for them. The community is very violent.
Violent?
Yeah.
It's violent around here.
It's a very violent.
I absolutely agree, Lennon. If you're like making like a joke out of the poverty and going in to like take pictures of it and be like, look how crazy we are. We went to the bad part of the city. I hope you get stuck the fuck up. I hope you get stuck the fuck up.
Community.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for the scrap metal, probably a gunshot would not fire on him. I tell you straight. I'll get to this. We can't run from it. We can't escape it. You see it? You have to get out, born and grow and see them here, you know. And say if we love them here, probably some other got.
If it wasn't for the scrap metals and the dome, there would be a lot of violence, gunshots, badness, killings.
So the dump enables them to stay out of crime, and so they can get scrap metal and stuff, and they make money.
Those guys from the chop, government workers have to hustle also to get extra money, because basically the government is not paying them enough.
So even the government rubbish truck workers look through the rubbish as well, and then they make money from that. So the government workers sell these guys scrap and then they resell it again. So these guys have just been telling me that Indian recycling experts and scrap metal experts come over here and teach these guys like the basics of, you know, what's the best metal to recycle and things. And then you're saying that the government come in, they...
We're already caught up in them system, you know, from a younger age, you know, you see me? Yeah, because them already divide and rule and try to separate from each other, you see it? Yeah. So you see, when you see certain things go on to the ghetto, I'm not just surprised. It just happen.
Bolins goes, you don't have to apologize. You know, Vermont, a population of 600K, has had the 7th death this year, and I'm feeling a reactionary politics, and I'm a little worried. But is it... Oh, okay. So you think that because Vermont has had its 7th death or 7th murder in the year, that they're starting to have a heavy reaction to that, to like, you know, like almost like a like reactionary conservative policy because of that? My sister was walking around with her DS out while we were out shopping, and I snatched it so quick. She didn't want that damn console. Yeah. And Baldwin goes, I definitely understand that. You know, Vermont's one of those states where it has a lot of like, you know, there is parts of Vermont that are like white skiing communities, right? So they're very pearl clutchy when it comes to, you know, the crime coming into their precious communities. Am I right? Am I right about that? Bernie better watch out. Bernie better watch out.
Yeah, something more.
Bernie's second house or third house might get broken into up there. You better watch out.
With the government, them, they already billing at the youth, them. Yeah, for fight against one another. So I said, whenever they do this, oh God, man, friend could have been my friend.
When the government realize that this is very profitable, they bring in regulations, policies, and license, and give their big guy friends to control the scrap metal market.
These guys figured out how it works, and then the government realized that there's money in it, so they come along and they give contracts to their rich friends, and then they take the money and put these guys out of work, even though they discovered how it works. Right.
When I get in, I take a shower, read a book and feel empowered. Smoking on that sour got me counting down the hours, thinking of all the shit that they could do but won't allow us. Then I realized they all some cowards. The world is ours.
The place is poor, but everybody tries to live as comfortable as possible.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm Nick. Nice to meet you.
I'm T.
What's your
Good
name?
day. I'm T.
T?
Yes, I'm T.
Oh, wow. And you live here?
Yes, we live in this swamp that you see here.
Oh wow. Is there flooding from Friday?
Imagine living like
It's been weeks.
Weeks flooding.
Weeks. As the rain
It's been
falls, the
weeks
places have
like
been
this.
like this.
Wow.
Even inside of the household as well. You want to come inside?
Oh, sure. Thank you. I'll follow you.
Oh, holy shit, Baldwin! That's where that happened. That was where the 3 Palestinian kids got shot. Was in Burlington, Vermont. I should have been following this more closely, but I had no idea. That's insane. That happened in Vermont of all places.
So we've been invited behind this local shop here to these people, and you can see there's been hurricanes here lately, and it's completely flooded. So you can see right there is the bed, and the water is just completely flooded. The infrastructure in Kingston is not the best, so the drains don't really serve.
Bedroom is full
Interesting
of water.
considering there's so many hurricanes around here.
Even fishing at the water, but you might not see none like right
Fishing?
now. In the night, them will come out. Yeah, them afraid now catch. We are trouble the water.
Seriously?
Yeah.
And do you catch the fish?
Small fishes, very small fishes.
Can you
pet
eat?
fishes? No.
No eating?
Pet fishes, tiny
Uh-huh.
pet fishes.
And is there malaria from the mosquitoes? Or?
A lot of baby mosquitoes in the water.
Yeah.
What them shop one?
I'm big on that place.
Hey, man.
I tell you what, they might end that place.
Alright, he's a famous YouTuber.
Not
He was
really.
all-
How is life here?
Life?
Yeah.
Lennon, I just looked it up. Philadelphia is 44% white people, 43% black people, and then the remainder is, Hispanic and, Asian people. So Philadelphia is like a super diverse city, which is pretty cool in terms of living and Iowa, the state is like 95%. Yeah, I would imagine.
Life is always like the same. You
Right.
make it be what you want it be.
What would you like to happen? Would you like the government to come and help with drains and things?
That would be very, very good because we're not the only ones suffering from this flood.
Right.
Or
that should
other, as surveys like to label people. Yeah.
be great. We'd appreciate it. I would appreciate it.
And so do you still sleep in that bed on
Yes,
the
we have to. We have nowhere else.
on the water?
Yes, we're poor people.
And you must get quite sick from that, right? Like because of the damp and the cold, you must get like sick.
Yeah, the baby sick couple times, but we have to work on the cold now and again. I get a little DPH at the shop and whatever and try to fight it sometime.
You get your baby sleeps with you?
Yes, she does.
I imagine Manhattan skews a little bit higher white because it's so expensive. Right? Like I'm sure if you went to like Bronx or Queens or Brooklyn, it would be a lot more balanced in that, right? I would imagine that those boroughs are a lot different than Manhattan. I assume. You're the expert on New York though.
So when we were around the back of that place there with the girl in the flooded bedroom, when we came back out, we saw 2 police officers in a plain car with bulletproof vests on and pistols like in their holsters. And we came out and they were just leaving, and we got approached by the first guy we were talking to, the really passionate one, and he was telling us that they came, and this is common, they come and, according to him, harass the guys and look for drugs and guns. Pretty hostile area, actually.
Big boss, me say me look tired. Then me go a tire shop and me go look by your cars. And that part me want put fire. The people they were hungry, so them there. So me go say look tire. Then me go a tire shop and me go look by your cars. And that part me want put fire. And money at the health and strength higher. Transport them love faces in new tire. So me start recap and groove tire. Me make bus truck car man choose tire. Me have a little bicycle use 2 tire. Me sell tire measure 16 and 17 inch. Tire measure 18 and 19 inch. And when me get the dollars it a measure 10 inch. My girl want a broke and next girl want a pinch. Me buy myself a lunch and me buy all a drinks. Me not broke no shop and me not rob no brinks. Me go look tire. Then me go a tire shop and me go look buy a
Is that freestyle? Alright, what he's saying, let me translate. What he's saying that he's a tire guy.
Yeah.
We talking
all
about
the tires
white
that
states
goes
without
into the
mentioning
dump,
Maine?
he looks for the best tires, recycle them and take them back out to sell them.
Okay.
Second-hand tires. And with that income now he support his family, his girlfriends and whatever.
We've arrived at this local mechanic here. He changes the tires for the truck.
Put it in our minds. Let's see. Before anybody looks everything up, let's take a guess of what the whitest state in America is. Rhode Island, I don't know, because like Providence, Rhode Island. I mean, I don't know. I would probably say something in the maybe Montana. It's probably Montana. Tay is saying Wyoming. Rhea is also saying Wyoming. I said Montana. Duttmeister says Idaho. Utah, maybe. Wyoming. Oh man, we're popping off right now. Alaska. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna look it up now. We've had enough guesses. I hate that this is in my my Google searches. Whitest state in USA. Holy shit, West Virginia. West Virginia is the whitest state. Hold on, let me change this real quick so that we can see it all. Web page. Okay. Yeah, West Virginia, and then followed by Wyoming and Vermont. We're tied. Jesus Christ, why do they have this? West Virginia, Wyoming, Vermont, Maine. So there you go, Ross. We got the Maine. Take me home. Take me home, Mountain Mama. To the place that's the whitest state in America. Oh, God. New Hampshire, Iowa, Kentucky, Oregon, Nebraska, Kansas, North Dakota, Wisconsin. What's the least? Hawaii. Oh, that makes sense. Maryland, Georgia. I always thought that Louisiana was like Louisiana's up there. Nevada? Okay. There's New Jersey. That's where I'm from. Where's Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania must be, I bet you Pennsylvania is pretty white actually, because outside of Philadelphia, all of Pennsylvania is fucking like Pennsyltucky fucking hillbilly town. So it makes sense that Pennsylvania's up there. Well, we learned something today. I do think it's weird that this website is like, do you want to know the whitest places in the country? Like, it's kind of a weird fucking like just look what it's called. Whitest states. Like, it's not even like a demographic study or anything like that. It's like, do you want to know where the whitest states are? Here's your answer.
And his whole workshop is flooded, so he's bringing his tools out on the road here. So your workshop's all flooded, sir?
Yeah, to repair it, I need to repair it.
Yeah, they probably are just well, so the only thing is like, so Hawaii was considered the least white place, so I assume they're not ignoring the indigenous population there. But other places, they probably are, I would assume. Yeah.
But after still going, I can't make that stop me. And then I say, I'm waiting on somebody to come and help me.
So, if you guys want to listen to that song, it's all right. Look, Toots and the Maytals, Take Me Home, Country Roads. Okay? So if you guys want to enjoy that song without it being like terrible white bullshit, you can listen to this. All right? And it's better. It is strictly better.
Yeah, listen. Almost heaven.
West Jamaica.
Through the mountain, shining down the river.
This is the only country roads we recognize.
All my friends there, holding on those reeds, younger than the mountain, soaring like a breeze from the road. Take me home to the place I belong. West Jamaica, my mama, take me home, country home. Now wait a minute. I heard a voice in the morning, as she calls me, said, son, you remind me of my home far away. Driving down the road.
Of course Jamaica has mountains. That's where the bobsled team trains.
Oh, yesterday, my memories all gather on high. Mama letting stranger through the water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Missy taste of moonshine, taste gone on my eye. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Jamaica,
white people have to take black music and make it so much shittier when black people could just take white music and make it so much better? Just so much better. And you know what else is an example of that? Rumor. He took that shitty Rascal Flatts song and made it one of the greatest songs of all time. Oats guy, that's such an interesting fact there. So the official U.S. Census does not count people living on reservations due to the provision in the Constitution. The indigenous people of Hawaii are counted because there are no reservations in the state, so their entire population are counted. Wow. So like when you looked at like South Dakota, I think South Dakota was like real low on that, like saying that it was South Dakota was like one of the whitest places. I imagine if you actually considered I would imagine if you actually took into consideration the reservations and stuff there, that it would actually skew that number quite a bit.
Hey, man, can you get me some more of this thing? Country road, take me home to that place I belong. Wanna take me go home, country road. No, get your hands together. Country road, take me home to that place I belong. Where Jamaica, mama, wanna take me go home, country road. No, video.
Toots and the fucking Maytals, man. Toots and the fucking Maytals. Just one of the fucking coolest bands of all time. All right, let's get back to, oops. All right, so I guess I gotta just go like this.
Turn on.
What's your name? Rickard.
Not turn on.
Oh no.
Cowards, the world is ours.
The place is poor.
So we have nowhere else.
On the water.
Yes, we're poor people.
And you must get quite sick from that, right? Like, because of the damp and the cold, you must get like
Yeah,
sick.
the baby sick couple times, but you know we have to work on the cold now and again. I get a little DPH at the shop and whatever and try to fight it sometime.
You get your baby sleeps with you?
Yes,
You have to be an athlete. I'm pretty sure like the main singer guy his name was Toots. Toots and the Maytals. I forget. Let me see what his name was. So like Toots and the Maytals. I'm pretty sure the lead singer, he died recently, unfortunately, which is very sad. Oh no, never mind. His name wasn't his name. Oh yeah. Frederick Toots Hibbert. Yeah, he died in 2020. Very fucking sad. Very sad.
When we were around the back of that place there with a girl in the flooded bedroom, when we came back out, we saw two police officers in
that was like
a
his
plain
nickname.
car with bulletproof vests on and pistols like in their holsters. And we came out and they were just leaving, and we got approached by the first guy we were talking to, the really passionate one, and he was telling us that they came, and this is common, they come and, according to him, harass the guys and look for drugs and guns. Pretty hostile area, actually.
Baldwin, I actually only really knew that about a couple years ago because he passed away. And when he passed away, they said his name, you know, I forget, Frank Hibbert. They said Frank Toots Hibbert. So it's like, I didn't even know that for years. I've been listening to that band for decades, or no, like a decade. I shouldn't say decades. Actually, maybe fucking decades at this point. God, I'm so fucking old. Yeah, probably about 20 years I've been listening to that band. So yeah, no, not John Denver, Toots and the Maytals. So I didn't know that for a while, but when he died, a bunch of people on my friends list were sharing stuff about it, and that's when I actually learned that. So no, a lot of people don't know that. That's not too much on you.
Go a tire shop and go look by your cars and the part no one put fire. The people they were hungry, so them there. So me go say look tire. Then me go a tire shop and me go look by your cars.
Nick here, he changes the tires for the trucks, and his whole workshop is flooded, so he's bringing his tools out on the road here. So your workshop's all flooded, sir?
Yeah, so we should repair it. I need to repair it. Come on today. But after that still going, I can't make that stop me. And then I say, I'm waiting on somebody to come and help me.
He needs help. For the shop?
Repair.
He wants it to be repaired, but he doesn't let that stop him from working.
Right.
Because even though he needs help, the people in the community need more help than him.
Yeah, than
Alright? And he works and help a lot of persons. Because persons come to him and ask him for cash to buy food. And he's one of the persons here who works honest and hard. So he basically helps out everyone.
Did you say that there's lots of crime?
Right to the whole island, man. And the poverty causes it.
Poverty causes it. And what kind of crime?
Listen to this guy.
Robbery
causes lots of crime?
right to the whole island, man. And the poverty causes it.
And the poverty causes it. There's crime on the whole island. And you know what causes it? You know what I mean? Like, how are so many motherfuckers in the United States so brain dead on this topic? You know what I mean? Whatever, they can go to fucking institutions and shit like that. And it's like, you know, this guy knows clearly, without question, causally, it's caused by the poverty. There's a lot of people in this country that could learn a thing or two from this guy.
Poverty causes it. And what kind of crime?
Yeah, it's because of this.
Robbery, murder, all type of thing. Sometimes a turf, but we don't really deal with the turf thing. Because somebody think bigger than our thing, but it is a mix-up thing. Most I think about that time of crime, hunger, poverty, because they need certain help and they're not seeing nobody come in.
Using the dude has to put down. They're not hubcaps. Rims. They're not rims. What is it? What is this even called? I'm not a. The tire, like the wheel well. He has to place them down to be able to walk over. I guess that would that be called a rim? I guess that would be called a rim. To walk over it, because his whole shop. Yeah, it is a rim. Okay, his whole the shiny wheelie thing. To walk, he has to walk over it because his whole shop's fucking flooded.
There's just mosquitoes everywhere, and you know there's babies living around here like you've seen.
That's not me. I give a house here, and we give down to find a piece of land here, and we give you 30 years if you go and do. Not if you want to know one farm when you're ready, you start a farm. You break a community, take your money back outside. How many people live in a house? The crime with a dung. That's a crime wouldn't get in, but it will so rampant. Most I think of this poverty cause the problem. Man, African to show.
He's saying that if the government even give the youths land to farm and give them a house, he's not saying that that will completely take care of the crime problem, but it will become less.
Yeah, Tay, it's like, why isn't this man who's like, you know, why isn't this man who's walking around ankle deep in water in his shop that he probably works in 12 hours a day, why doesn't he just work harder? Why doesn't he just work a little bit harder? You know what I mean? Like, why doesn't he just work a little bit harder so he doesn't have to be in poverty? He chooses to be in poverty. Yeah, his bootstraps are right there. He just needs to grab them and pull.
He's just asking for the government to do something.
You know what's another funny thing? Did you hear to say he was asking for the government to do something? You know what's funny? Libertarians, whenever you go to an impoverished country somewhere around the world, like a global south country, a third world country, whatever you want to refer to it as, the people that are living in the most destitute, food insecurity and poverty, when you ask them, like, how does this get fixed? It's never some libertarian bullshit. They're never like, man, I just wish the market was freer. If only this market wasn't restricted, I wouldn't be living like this. Every time they're like, yo, the government needs to fucking come in here and fucking do more shit. Like, the government is leaving us to fucking die over here. They need to fix the sewers and they need to fix shit. It's never like this libertarian ideology. It's never some Milton Friedman shit when you go into the most desperately poor places in the world.
Okay, so we're with OK, right?
Yeah.
And this is your area here, and you're doing scrap metal, and you're stripping down cars, right? Yeah. And you've lived here for 17 years.
Yeah.
Before we saw police pull up with guns, right? What were they doing?
Alright, people call them and I tell them say them have gun. So that's why them come out in a private car and hold them.
Who calls them?
Like a person in a community. So nobody know who, you know. But the police alone know who. So them a tell them say, yo, a people call you, because them say now walk up and down with gun. So that's why them jump out in a private vehicle.
In a documentary?
Well, that's still who's for me, hustle. Over here some other dump up over here. That's how we mean.
What? This is your yard?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
To understand.
come in, man.
Oh, man. This is great. Maybe we'll watch this.
Yeah, set up nothing.
Oh, you got a
This is
microwave?
kind of exactly what I wanted to kind of parlay this into. I wanted to watch this and then maybe talk about like what are the causes of why is there so much poverty in Jamaica? Like why because it's not because people in Jamaica are stupid or they're defunct or they're corrupt. There are some things that we can look at that are some extreme. They attempted to wrestle the future of Jamaica from the colonists, and that was by Michael Manley, who was overthrown essentially by Henry Kissinger and the CIA. So it seems like a lot of that's covered in that thing that you just sent, Baldwin. So maybe we'll watch some of that.
Yeah. Roof a leak. When rain fall and I did water come from our boat.
Jesus Christ.
Water come from so.
Is that the water wet?
Said up on that side there. Now wet only down here. So.
Okay.
Yeah, only down here. So
you've insulated it so the bed stays dry. And did you get this fan here from the dump?
Yeah.
Wow. People always throwing away things that work, right?
Yeah.
So you got all this TVs from the dump?
Yeah.
Wow. What do you normally eat for dinner?
Fried chicken, curry, goat, mutton.
Dude, still eating good though.
Sheep, goat, chicken, yeah. Do you ever eat your own pigs?
Yeah.
You get high on your own supply?
Yeah, right. Alright, it's my birthday.
Oh, special occasion.
Yeah.
Does this TV work?
Yeah. There's a camera screen.
Oh, so you have a security camera.
Yeah.
Why do you have that?
If somebody a beat them, we get like say, yo, them say police.
It's like, dog, I'm raising pigs.
Look on camera and say, yo, a police out there. Or if not, a man a beat them, we get for say police, for me pull the gate, and them shot me up or do some car. Over here, and people over Riverton in a war.
So you have to have the camera set up so you can see what's happening.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah.
Really?
But now, we and them over there, we and them alright. We can go over there, them can come over
Okay,
here.
so the main road separates the...
Yeah.
Okay, and at the moment it's peace.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes I just
and shooting. And, oh wow. That's your cousin.
Yeah. See him or make him dead.
He's dead?
Yeah.
What happened?
Then shoot him.
They shot him?
Yeah.
Why did they shoot?
A war. So
In the war?
Them see him out there, so them kill him.
Oh, so he was in the wrong side.
Yeah.
And he was on his bike.
Yeah.
And they shot him on his bike. When did that happen?
Last year.
Last year?
Yeah.
Oh wow. So sorry.
Yeah, man.
So all these electronics here, monitor, DVD player and everything, is hooked up to cameras out on the street. OK can see when police or other gang members are here, so he can prepare himself. Absolutely fascinating. He has a little security system set up to protect himself because it's quite hostile neighborhood here. Here on the top of the tree is the camera he was speaking about, so he can see what's going on the street. Another one here. And let me guess, you got those in the dump?
Yeah.
Yeah? That's pretty high-tech security system you got.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Nice work. Are you scared of the cops?
No, sir.
Do you like them? Definitely not.
No, same for do them more better.
They won't.
They can't deal with people so aggressive.
They won't knock or push. They just kick it down.
Really?
Kick down the gate.
Yeah.
Do you think that they abuse their power?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they might do.
You're saying in the more expensive neighborhoods that they go and they knock on the door and then they show them they have a warrant and then they peacefully enter, but here they just kick the door down.
They just kick down, come in your house.
So you feel like you don't have any rights here?
No.
So sometimes when the police come here and they arrest people, they take them to prison and they have to release them within 72 hours if they don't have proof of crime. But sometimes they keep the guys from the ghetto for like over 100 days. But if it's somebody from a rich neighborhood who's committed a crime, they'll release them in like a day or two because obviously they can afford lawyers and stuff. Have you ever been to prison?
No, jail.
Jail, yeah.
Yeah, jail. I spent 3 days.
They took you to jail for 3 days?
Yeah.
So you can see here these jumping cables for the batteries, and there's obviously copper connected to them, and then they burn it off. You can see here there's like micro pieces of copper here, and they'll sell that. How much money can you make a day on a good day?
Alright, more than say at least $5,000. Sometimes I come out of there about $100. They have a $100 or $50 Jamaican dollar.
Really?
You make.
So just, I know the captions might have been in the way. He said $5,000, but when he's referring to there,
That's like at least $5,000. So
$32. Yeah, $32 is the is what he'll make in like a day's worth of doing this kind of work on like a good day. But then other days it's only 64 cents. So somewhere between 64 cents and $32 is what he makes in a day doing this.
Sometimes I come out of there about $100.
Which if you do the math, that's worse than minimum wage. Well, worse than minimum wage. You know, working at McDonald's or something like that.
Like they have $100 or $50 Jamaican dollar.
Really?
You make.
And
You know?
5,000 Jamaican dollar. Like, is that good for like looking after yourself and food, or is it not enough?
No, you know. When me go and get that now, me go over, me give my baby mother $4,000. Me have $1,000 left to buy.
So you give to your daughter's mother 4,000 and you're left with 1,000.
Yeah, so I have one now. You know, so alright, me I go buy a weed.
Weed?
Or, smoking.
Right.
Or me I go buy something for drink. Them.
Oh, that's copper.
Yeah.
And how much would the whole line be worth?
$600.
600.
Yeah. When you put a bag on it now.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah.
Aluminium. Uh-huh.
Yeah, them are aluminum.
Wow. 10
So I get $400 fee.
400. Yeah. We've got some copper here.
Burn out copper.
And this is the best, right?
Yeah, it's not away enough. It's away about
£4.
Yeah.
And what's the price?
$800.
800. Wow. So that's like so much less work for more return.
Yeah.
These are your pigs.
Him how to say
aluminium. Hello, piggies. You raise these pigs and then sell them for meat?
Yeah.
How much can you get for a grown pig?
Some big pig, you can get 100,000.
And you bought these pigs from selling copper and things?
Yeah.
And then you reinvest it and then you do some farming?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, this is where you shower?
Yeah. Tie it up and just shower.
Wow.
Yeah.
And where's the water come from?
Down in the ground.
You connect it to the pipes?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So this road here is the main road, and this is what our friend Oki was just telling us. This separates the turf areas. So on that side's one gang and on this side's another. At the moment they're in peace, so that's great. But as you can hear, his cousin last year was shot because he was on the other side of the road on his bike. So people from this neighborhood should never go to that neighborhood unless they're in peace. It's pretty wild. Thank you very much. So we've just come down to the waterfront now here. Tivoli Gardens was very interesting history there with Coke, the guy who was taken to the States by the US government. The lady that kindly let us have a look inside her house there, she didn't want to be on camera. Pretty much nobody did in there because they're worried that they're gonna get in trouble by whoever. When they were getting Coke out of that area, she was talking about what that neighborhood's been through.
They are dropping bombs from the helicopter down in the place.
That was
what
a
must
coconut.
we do?
That was
This
a
is how
coconut
they
bomb,
deal with
I guess.
people in an orderly manner. And they are dropping bomb in the place because of one man. This is not right.
Absolutely insane, and you can feel the atmosphere there. I feel like anything could pop off. I mean, we went past the crime scene. Somebody had been killed, a woman, on the way into that neighborhood. So now we've got about an hour and a half drive. We're going to be heading to another neighborhood to have a look at a different side of Kingston. Come up to this absolutely incredible neighborhood. So beautiful. You see these houses just looking over the Bay Area, nestled up here in the mountains. So there's the contrast for you, right? Like we saw people literally living in a flooded house today, searching through scrap metal. These contrasts exist everywhere, but I think that they're very interesting. Polar opposites, the extremes of just one city, right? At one moment we're walking around with a guy with a Gucci bag. In the Gucci bag he actually had a gun. All the guys we were with had guns. I said at one point, can I get on the roof? I said, you know, am I not going to get snipered off the roof, kind of as a joke? And he said, where are the shooters? One of the guys actually had like a marijuana bud under his ears, like you would put a pen or something. Straight gangsters. Nice guys. They were nice to me at least.
Nice
That's all
guys.
I can
Nice guys.
report on. Here's the contrast. Kingston, eh? What an introduction to this fascinating city. And the people are so lovely. And, you know, obviously with the history with the English colony and everything, English is widely spoken. You know, I can understand most things people are saying. They can understand me always. I got a clip of military because the streets are so unstable that they actually deploy military checkpoints. I didn't get it very clearly, but you can see it. There's just full-blown military posts throughout the city just because of the violence is so out of hand. More to come from Jamaica, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you so much for watching, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon.
So this video came out 3 days ago, so he's probably going to drop another video like in the next couple days. So maybe next Tuesday we'll check another one, because I'm just so interested in seeing like these on the ground kind of like looks and that you don't typically get to see of places like this. So but now I guess we have, so Baldwin's Ghost told me about a really cool documentary here called Life and Debt. It says, using Jamaica as its focus, this award-winning documentary examines the impact of the IMF's global economic policies on a developing nation's economy. It takes an unapologetic look at the New World Order from the point of a Jamaican workers, farmers, and government officials. Now, I would like to watch that, and I would like to watch that on stream. However, I don't know if tonight's the night to do it, because it's an hour and a half long and we're already, you know, at 2 hours, and I start late when I do these ones. It's 10 o'clock. I do have work in the morning, so I probably don't want to venture into that. But, you know, the Tuesday gang's here, you know, Tuesday gang. If we maybe we can make a plan to watch it next Tuesday when I get on at 8. It's actually one that I'll have to purchase, which I don't mind doing. But everybody does have to be cool. Can I get a be cool or no snitching in chat, please? So, you know, if it's late, the authorities aren't awake. You know what I mean? We can watch a little spicy documentary, and, you know, we can all enjoy that. And it's about Jamaica, and it's about the IMF. And that's part of the reason why, like, after we watched this video, I wanted to have a discussion a little bit about, like, you know, why has Jamaica been driven to this desperate poverty? What were the issues? There you go, everybody. Thank you. So, like, let's take a look at something. So I was just pulling this. I pulled this up while we were watching it, because I just wanted to compare. You remember in the beginning, I was talking about Cuba and like the American idea of Cuba versus, wait, what the fuck? Did I lose it already? Jesus. Okay, hold on 1 second. Like the American idea of Cuba versus Jamaica, like everything like seems so desperate and impoverished, and, you know, the entire country is just ruined. And, you know, when we're talking about Cuba with Jamaica, like, you know, most Americans are probably like, I don't know, Jamaica's probably cool. Like, you know, Jamaica, fucking everything's on the beach and everybody's smoking weed and reggae and Bob Marley, and that sounds totally chill. Well, let's take a look at the differences between how chill it may or may not be. So if you lived in Cuba instead of Jamaica, hold on, let me zoom in on this a little bit. All right. Is that better? Can everybody see that? Can I just make this whole thing bigger? Let me try to mess with this in OBS. I'm sorry, everybody. No, not like that. Oh wait, yes, maybe like that a little bit. Maybe I can just do it like this for right now. I don't know. We'll try it like that. I don't know if this is going to work. All right. God, get out of here, man. There's so many stupid ads. All right. So, if you lived in Cuba as opposed to Jamaica, you would be 71.4% less likely to be living with HIV. You would be 55% less likely to die during childbirth. So, in Jamaica, you would be almost over twice as likely to die while giving birth than you would in the nation of Cuba. If you lived in Cuba, you would live 4 years longer. You would be 12.5 more likely to be literate. You'd be 63% less likely to die during infancy. Like 63% is dramatic. 63% is dramatically better and better of a chance to die than to die during infancy. And look, even in a place like Cuba, which is said that I've even heard that there's a thing where it's like, yeah, they might have good health care. Yeah, they might have good education, but you can't make money there. You know what I mean? The government gives you those things and then you're just forced to be poor. Well, guess what? If you lived in Jamaica, you would make 41%, almost 50% less money than you would in Cuba. So not only would you be less likely to die during childbirth, not only would you be less likely to die as a child, not only would you be living longer, not only would you be more literate, and not only would you be less likely to have HIV, but you would also make about 50% more money than the average Jamaican person. Like, that's so fucked up. And also you would have a better chance of being employed, like dramatically greater chance of being employed than if you lived in Jamaica. You may have less children, but it's kind of weird that they do this one in red because, honestly, having fewer children is generally a sign of a higher industrialized society. So I don't think that's necessarily the red. Like if you've seen everything's been green so far, this is the only one that's been red. Basic needs. In Cuba, you would have 34.5% more internet access. And then expenditures. Look, they put this one as red too. This fucking website. They put this as red too. You would spend more on education and spend more on healthcare. Now, let me just remind you that even though you're spending 2.4 times more on education and almost 100% more on healthcare, let me remind you that you're 63% less likely to die during infancy, 55% less likely to die during childbirth. And even with all that expenditure, you're still making more money. You're still making more money. And you get to see more coastline. More coastline in Cuba, too. Let's do this for Haiti. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. The only red is that you spend more on education. You spend 7.5 times more on education. Holy shit. Haiti must spend literally nothing on education. And spend way more on, the coastline is funny. Spend way more on healthcare, and you have less children, but literally everything else, less likely to have HIV, 2.6 times more likely to have electricity, live longer, 2 times more likely to have internet access, 28.8% more likely to have improved drinking water, 4.4 times money. So that's 450% more income for the average Cuban than the average Haitian. Sapase. 93% more likely to be unemployed. Wait. Okay, yeah. 92% more likely to die during childbirth. That's almost 100% more likely to die during childbirth. It's so dramatic. And how often do you hear about, the plight of Haiti or Jamaica, as opposed to Cuba? You know what I mean? Like when the protests were going on and everything like that, they make Cuba out to be like this hell on earth that people are desperately trying to escape constantly. And it's like, what about their neighbors? What is their life like compared to their neighbors? Is Cuba a perfect fucking country? No. Does Cuba have a perfect economy or a perfect government? No, it doesn't have any of those things. Does it have better fucking access to electricity and internet and drinking water and money and employment and healthcare that is like extremely important to like not dying of like basic things like basic things like parasites? Yeah, it does have those things. It does afford you those things at the expense of capitalism, I suppose. What else is there? Like the Dominican Republic. I think the Dominican Republic actually does pretty well. So Cuba does better in a lot of things. You live longer in Cuba. You're less likely to be obese. You're 62% less likely to die during childbirth, which is a lot. You're 80% less likely to die during infancy. That's a lot. You'd have less children. You'd actually have a better chance of being employed in Cuba. You would make less money. Okay, so they do make more money in DR. You spend more. I don't even look at these because we know that there's a causal effect between spending and outcome. So I mean, it's good to spend more on education. It's good to spend more on healthcare. So I would pick Cuba over the Dominican Republic too. Can they do Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico might be pretty good. Puerto Rico, you would actually live longer. You would be less likely to die during infancy. You'd be less likely to be employed. You'd have more children. So this is rare. Puerto Rico actually does better in childbirth death. They do better in that respect. Yeah, so they do better in that respect. What other like now we're getting into like the smaller Caribbean nations that are like it almost gets harder to make the comparison because they're so small. What would it be like the Bahamas maybe? Because the Bahamas are actually quite poor also. Yeah, look at this. So like, I don't think people talk about how poor the Bahamas is either. You know what I mean? Like, and this is all just being compared to Cuba, by the way. So, Cuba's not exactly the richest place in the world either. You know what I mean? They allocate their funds in a way that is socially useful in many respects. But like, they don't make a lot of money. They don't make a lot of money. Yeah, let's do Guyana. Let me just check Bahamas here. Way more HIV, way more likely to die in childbirth. You would live longer in Cuba. You would be less likely to die in infancy by like 70%. But you would make a lot less money. You would make a lot less. And a lot of these places, just like we saw in Jamaica, are desperately unequal. So, these might be skewed heavily. The GDP might be skewed heavily, by like the unequal people that make a ton of money at the height of the society, like the 1%, as you want to call it. But yeah, let's check out Guyana. I wonder if they have it separate. Okay, Guyana. Yeah, Cuba is pretty much better across the board. You're 70% like, God, compared to all of these other places, Cuba has done so good. With keeping down HIV. Tourism may very well affect HIV, but also I think just having like an adequate like healthcare system and an adequate education system probably are the best deterrents that you can have for something like that kind of disease. So you're almost 100% more likely to die in childbirth than you are in Cuba. You would live longer in Cuba. You would be more likely to be literate in Cuba. You'd be more likely to be obese in Cuba. The obesity one's kind of weird. I don't really put a lot of stock into that one. That's like, that seems like a weird thing. Like, what are you saying? Like people like habitually eat more? Like, it just seems like a weird thing in there. Yeah, but I'm saying in Guyana, you would be less likely to be obese. I'm saying in Cuba, in this one, they're putting it as like a demerit to Cuba in a way. And that's why I was just kind of contextualizing it. But so you'd be 81.4% less likely to die during infancy in Guyana than you would be in Cuba. You'd be way better chance of being employed in Cuba. You would have less children. You'd make less money. You would be 100% more likely to have internet access. Dude, Guyana must have a really tough time with internet. Guyana must have a really tough time with internet because I've been to Cuba twice, right? And internet is kind of rough in Cuba. I don't know if it's just for me because I'm a tourist, but you have to buy these cards. I don't know if it's still like that. I haven't been there since 2019, but you had to buy these cards. You have to buy like internet cards, and so you buy them and they're like, they have numbers on them. You scratch off the back of them, right? You scratch off the back of them like a quarter, like it's like a lottery ticket, and it has like a number in there. And with that number, you buy like an hour. You buy like an hour of, you can get like an hour of internet. I didn't even try to get service in Cuba. Yeah. No, I bought a couple other cards for sure. What else? What else? Like, there's so many times. There's what is it, like Barbados? Barbados, way more HIV. You're way more likely to die in infancy, but you're way less likely to die in childbirth. That's interesting. You live longer in Cuba. You're better employed in Cuba. It's not, yeah. Yeah, it's like the old school phone cards, but it's for internet. You can use it's for internet. I prayed my cousin and I wouldn't get stuck and or die. So, Tay, you actually have an interesting experience here. You can actually speak directly, because I've been to Cuba. I've never been to Jamaica. Tay, can you say like a little bit of like maybe like what the difference is, like when you like in terms of like standard of living when you went to Cuba versus when you were in Jamaica? Are you able to give a little bit of your insight on that from what you was visible to you? I had a phone and a couple SIM cards that I kept charged with minutes when I was in the military. Were you in Cuba? Trying to see if there's any more of these smaller. I was not. Oh, okay. Just for generally being around, right? Trying to see where are these. I was in Havana and it was a lot cleaner, I'd say. Yeah, I've been to Havana twice, and Havana was like a very fucking, there's parts of Havana that are definitely more impoverished, but there's parts of Havana that are very, very nice, very clean. What they call old Havana, like the center of the city, was quite clean. A lot of it was like under construction though. There was like a lot of things that they were fixing up and stuff. I went from there to Vinyelis also, and Vinyelis was actually quite nice also. I'd like to go back. Like I did that in oh my god, 2016 in Kenya, Somalia, and Tanzania, and had to buy cars and add minutes. Oh man. I can't speak too much to Cuba, unfortunately. Hopefully next year. Yeah, I'd like to go too. I'd like to go back as well. All right. What's next? What else do we got here? So this is kind of like the thing. So this guy, Michael Manley, I don't know if you guys have ever heard about this guy, but this guy, was the guy that the United States overthrew. He was the, what the hell? Oh, okay. Hold on. 1 second. YouTube. There we go. Why does this keep resizing? It's so stupid. Get out of there. This was the president. This was the socialist president of Jamaica in like
is to try and stop somebody in the middle of their discourse. But I want you to know, Mr. Saul, that in the anxiety of speed and precision, we have not forgotten the heroic struggle of your people as they resist, and most importantly, as they inspire the rest of us. And the lessons of the people of El Salvador will go down in history So please convey to your people that we here at least are asking you to continue the struggle. The next speaker is somebody that I will not attempt to introduce, only to give you an anecdote. In Algeria, some time ago, I met with and discussed some problems with SWAPO people who had come up from Namibia, and in the contingent were about 6 women. One of the women was shot during the struggle, and she had come and recovered there, and we had finished our seminar.
Feminist
and I was going
so
back
Appreciate that.
the next morning, coming back here.
Thanks for popping
and
in,
about
everybody.
12 o'clock, at least, she said, by the way, I want you to do me a favor. For some reasons, she was quite convinced that I was a Jamaican, and then said, you know, I would like you to take a message. And the message is to a very dear friend of mine from the 6 of us women here. I want you to send a message to Michael Manley. I said, sure, I'll be glad to. And you know, one of the things he did for us is that he invited us to his country and taught us how to type, file, and do all kinds of important things that we'll have to go back to do. And I just wanted him to know that, you see, even in his office, in the Prime Minister's office, he has to try and restructure and reorganize his office internally. And if ever Namibia becomes independent, we'll be glad to come and help him. This was 12 o'clock. I couldn't have the heart to tell her that Michael Manley was no longer the Prime Minister. And so I said, yes, my dear, I will deliver it to the Prime Minister. But that indicates to me what he represents. Michael Manley dared to look horizontally instead of being dependent vertically. So that we are grateful to him, if nothing else, to force the Caribbean to look horizontally and free itself from vertical dependence. Mr. Michael Manley.
Brother Chairman, Mrs. Vera Rubin,
I wish there was captions.
other distinguished participants, and my brothers and sisters. I began my participation in this conference with something of a shock. I entered the room as my friend Archie Singham was speaking. In fact, he was in full flight. But that, of course, was not the occasion of my shock. He was in the middle of his dissertation on the nature of war and the relationship between war and the Caribbean. And I actually heard him saying, my advice to all Caribbean political figures, return home and study war. I had just entered the room at that moment. Apart from the fact that I realized immediately that I was misplaced. Let me hasten to assure you, Archie, that I actually took the plane this morning, and I am returning on the first flight tomorrow morning. And I will take the rest of your comments to heart. The second comment that I would like to be permitted, if I may, is to endorse Ricky Singh's suggestion of George Lamming as a chairman of Caribbean people. I'm happy to see George here. I see George shaking his head. But I do say in all sincerity that I think it's an interesting idea, and I can think of no better choice, though I'm sure George will not thank me for that endorsement. My last comment is perhaps the serious one, or the most serious one. I was very struck with the clarity of J. Mandel's comment, analysis, criticism. I would not presume to either speak for or confess on behalf of anybody in Grenada or in Guyana.
Grenada. I wonder if this
but
is
I do
when
not hesitate
Maurice
to
Bishop
say that
was doing his thing in Grenada
we,
as well.
in our part of the Jamaican political process, even if we have not expressed the criticism as harshly, are very conscious of a substantial merit in the criticism that he advances. And in fact, listening to him, I wondered if I should perhaps tear up the notes that I have and speak only to the question, what have we, or what do we think we have learned from the experience of what we attempted? And perhaps I can find a way, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, to weave a type of rejoinder into my comments. Mark, I'm not sure how exhausted you all are. I would imagine that you're in a state of advanced exhaustion. And your mere presence here is not only a great courtesy, but an extraordinary act of stamina. And I will try to respect your condition. In thinking of the theme of this conference, I'm very glad that there have been such a number of distinguished scholars, because it is really in the province of scholarship to rest prophecy on analysis. And I, who am merely a working political activist, really could not trespass into the 21st century. I think I have enough problem wondering what to do with 1984. But on the assumption that you have been thoroughly briefed on the perspectives that are relevant for and the prospects which you can accept for the 21st century, I would like, if I may, more to speak at a very practical level out of our own political experience of the question, granted that we do get to something called the 21st century, with what should we occupy ourselves between now and then. I begin naturally with all of the obvious comments. One is very conscious that speaking of the Caribbean region, that you are speaking of some 50 million people, which is a potentially viable aggregation of souls, but divided into no less than 30 countries and nation states, therein lying one of our problems. I therefore have no difficulty whatsoever, have always felt profoundly that it is impossible to conceive of ultimate viability in the Caribbean outside of the context of regional integration that I take for granted. One is interested in the fact that our region played such a profound part in the past, in the whole of that process that led to the capital accumulation that was a foundation of the Industrial Revolution.
Oh shit, he said.
And it's very interesting, in a sense, perhaps ironic, that the Caribbean region, which contributed so much to European economic development 2-3 centuries ago, should now once again be on the world stage, but in a different context, a strikingly different context. Because when we look at the region, I think that we can isolate perhaps 3 things that are immediately significant and each profoundly problematic. The first is that perhaps more than any other part of the world, the Caribbean is now the heart of that foreign exchange crisis that besets and bedevils the third world. Secondly, we are interesting in that we show a certain political creativity.
Hell yeah, Tay.
In the search for new.
I'm pretty sure the other one was
economic
potentially
forms,
being propped up by the
answers,
CIA.
if you will, each of which itself becomes an immediate flashpoint
when I watched
of
that
international
documentary,
pressure,
I broke out my handy-dandy copy
controversy,
of
and
Killing
action.
Hope.
And thirdly, of course, we are, I suppose, as much as any part of the world, illustrative of the problem of small countries trying to exercise sovereignty in the presence of an aggressive and pervasive hegemony. So if we look at those things as, in a sense, providing the indicators of our situation, let us see if we can proceed very quickly from the dominant realities, which are obvious, to responses that are taking place, and then to what I really would like to talk about, which is the political problem,
after I watched it.
the political response that is possible.
Jamaica,
I do so
1976
reminding you
to 19
that we cannot
1980.
all
It's called Kissinger's
operate
Ultimatum.
on the assumption that we work in our
the rabbit holes never
in our
stop. The
particular
rabbit holes never
country
stop.
in what I might call a framework of revolutionary simplicity. Most of us operate as political activists in extremely complex political environments that have flowed from complex political and social history. Nor can we base our tactics on assumptions, however justified, however idealistically desirable, of significant change in the international environment. Therefore, we face this reality that in looking at the problem of development in the region, we have to take account of enormous political complexity. It is a reality with which we must deal, and we have to take into account a given international environment which is predominantly hostile to our interests and our possibilities. In fact, it was Lucille Mayer.
All right. So that's the end of, I just wanted to watch something real quick because I just wanted, like, you know, we watched all this stuff about the terrible and debilitating poverty of Jamaica. And I didn't want to just leave it at that because the fact of the matter is that Jamaica has attempted to wrestle its destiny into its own hands. It attempted to make itself self-sufficient. It attempted to, you know, solve the problem of poverty and dependence. And you know, this guy was friendly with Fidel Castro. Let me see if I can if there's a video of him with Fidel. You know, friendly with Fidel Castro. Who is Michael Manley? It's probably pretty good.
Castro's visit to Jamaica has rekindled the political turmoil which last year racked this island nation. The debate is over the leadership of Prime Minister Michael Manley and whether or not he is leading Jamaica toward communism. Manley, who is Castro's closest ally in the Caribbean, has told his people he is building a democratic socialist state. But during last year's elections, that philosophy provoked violence.
Whoa, Tay, that's crazy.
Killed. It scared away the American tourist and ruined the country's economy. In a speech yesterday, Castro went out of his way to defend Manley. He said he would never interfere in Jamaica's internal affairs, but at the same time he painted a rosy picture of communist life in Cuba for his poor Jamaican audience. And he took a slap at the United States.
They established economic blockade. Las agresiones militares. Military aggressions. Y obligaron a nuestro país. And they forced our country. A muchos sacrificios. Do a lot of sacrifices. Pero nuestro país, but our country, nuestro pueblo, our people, un pueblo como este que está aquí de nuevo, a people like this one right in front of us, un pueblo como ustedes, a people like you, luchó, fought, y venció, and won.
And, you know, it's, you know, how they're painting all of that as being like, he's painted a rosy picture of communism and this and that. It's like, dog, it's so much better. If you were born in Jamaica, I mean, born in Cuba, as opposed to being born in Jamaica, you'd have so much of a better life. You're like, on average, your life would be so much better. And, you know, it's so sad that someone like Michael Manley did not have the opportunity to pursue his socialist vision for Jamaica, because we may see a far more prosperous Jamaica than that we saw in that video today. You know, and that's evident. I showed you all the statistics. I'm not just saying this. I'm not just being hyperbolic about it. We went through statistic after statistic of most of the, see, there's tons of little tiny countries in the Caribbean, and a lot of them are almost like, you know, the Virgin Islands and stuff like that, which are like almost like more, you know, tourist than they are actually, like, you know, Cuba, Jamaica, oh my God, Jamaica, Haiti. My brain combined Jamaica and Haiti. Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, the Bahamas. I need to double see if my org has comrades down there and make connections. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Why does this keep fucking changing?
Just like on YouTube, to give your brain some new food. Hello people, and welcome back to the channel. If this is your first time on the channel, a special welcome to you. I ask that you check out the rest of my videos. If you like what you see, give them a thumbs up, leave a comment, but more than anything, I'm asking that you subscribe to the channel. Today's video is titled, Who Was Jamaica's Michael Manley? And that is not only a title, but it is a question that I'm asking. And when I say it's a question that I'm asking, I'm actually asking this question, people. I'm asking the question for myself, but more than anything, I'm asking the question so that the answers could educate younger Jamaicans who were born after the reign or the life of Michael Manley. While I'm doing this video, I'm also going to share my little knowledge that I know of Michael Manley, and I'm not talking about knowledge that I acquired in a book or anything that I've studied outside of the life of Michael Manley. I'm talking about my real life existence during the time Michael Manley was alive and during the time Michael Manley reigned as a Jamaican politician. Yesterday I did my first YouTube live stream, and I want to take the time out to thank everybody who participated in the live stream. I realized that after his lifetime. So first and foremost, I'm going to tell you guys what I know personally about Michael Manley. I know that
I thought this was going to be kind of like a video essay, and it seems like it's mostly just this guy kind of talking into the camera. I don't think this is going to hold my attention. All right. So I got a really serious question for you guys. Okay. All right. It's getting a little late. I do have work tomorrow. I don't really want to get into any two other big topics. Like, I want to watch a documentary. We'll save that for next week. At this point, who would want to watch me play a League of Magic the Gathering? Because that's really where I'm at this point before I go to bed. That's what I have the energy to do. Feel free to hang out if you actually want to watch that. I don't know if Red Wizard's still here or yeah, there you go. Or Ross. I don't know if Red Wizard or Ross or the other MTG heads are in here. It's MTG time. All right, cool. Well, I got at least one person. Before I get into that, just real quick, if anybody wants to know. Okay, fuck yeah, cool. Just real quick though, before I go ahead and do that, just in case there's about to be an exodus of people that don't want to watch me play virtual card games, check me out on Twitter. I'm making spicy tweets about Palestine pretty regularly. I got a lot of cool gems that I'm dropping from the readings that I do. So if you wouldn't mind, give me a little follow on there. I'll link it in here if you guys want to check me out on Twitter. Also, as most of you already know, we have the YouTube. We have our YouTube, and the MTG is about to start. I'm just making sure if a bunch of people are about to leave, I'm doing my plugs real quick. Check me out on Twitter, and then if you want to, we have the YouTube. Please subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already. We're really trying to grow the YouTube. I have MTG, Magic the Gathering, not Marjorie Taylor Green. Check us out on YouTube. Please subscribe to the YouTube. Check out the video I made about Kerala. Also, I am starting to try to plug, the Patreon as well. I'll be going to Colombia. If anybody was here, I was supposed to be going to Ecuador, but my friend who I was going with, who invited me, he has a visa issue in Ecuador, so we have to go to Colombia. The Kofan people, the same people that we were going to visit in Ecuador, also are in Colombia. Their nation straddles the border between Ecuador and Colombia. So the same thing's happening. Same trip, same people, same nation, same elders, everything like that, but it's going to be in Colombia as opposed to Ecuador. If anybody wants to support that, me getting down there, because it is going to be expensive. I do need some equipment to be doing things and all that stuff. I'm going to be I'm going to be streaming from Colombia. I'm going to be making produced content for YouTube from there about the situation of the indigenous people there and the political situation there. If you would like to contribute to that, you can obviously contribute directly. You can gift subs, you can gift bits, or you can sign up for our Patreon. Right now, all of the funds on Patreon are exclusively going to helping me fund that trip. So anybody that wants to do that would be really cool. If not, that's also totally cool. Just hang out, and it's cool enough that you're hanging out with me. So let's fire up the magic. Red Wizard, as you may know, it is vintage cube time. It's my favorite time of the year. All right, let's see. How can I set up my team? Are you going to bring any decks with you on the trip? Now, I don't actually own any paper Magic cards, unfortunately. I just don't have the time to play online anymore. I mean, in person anymore, which really sucks. All right, hold on. Let me see how I can set this all the way up. I hope this isn't going to be too small. I wonder if there's a way to make this. I'm just going to try to. Who cares about the stupid sub goal? I want to make sure people can see this fucking thing. Do you think that's good? I don't know if you guys can see here. I also have Oh shit, Tay, thank you so much for the gifted sub, bringing us to our sub goal. That's so fucking appreciated. Thank you so fucking much. The Lord of the Rings bullshit is ridiculous. I like the One Ring card. I like the actual One Ring. Hold on, I'm gonna drop this. We'll start a new one. We'll drop here. Drop. Get my little points. Red Wizard, do you like Vintage Cube? God, I feel like this chat is just ruining my life right now. I'm taking chat off the screen for this. I don't fucking care. Nobody's going to care about this part of the VOD. You guys can see it in Twitch. You guys know what's going on. You guys know what's going on in Twitch. Oops. Okay. I don't know, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, I know. Usually people who stream MTG have a different chat overlay. Yeah, I know that. I see how they do it, and I'm not sure. So, okay. So, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. We're playing Magic. It's real nerd hours over here at Subversive History when Johnny's not around. I've been wanting to stream Magic, and Vintage Cube is the perfect time to do it. So let's get right into it. Let me see how bad the cards look. So we're going to jump in, pay my 100 points. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's move this over here. Bip. All right. I want everybody to see there. I already have 2 undefeated trophies. You see that? I judge streamers by my ability to stream. I am unable. I got 2 undefeated trophies so far. So let's join. All right, we're getting right into it. So if you guys don't know, Vintage Cube comes around a couple times a year. Can you guys actually see the cards? I feel like there's a way that I can zoom in on them. Here we go. There we go. That's much better. That's much better. That's better. That's better. All right. So, pack 1, pick 1. What do we get? Force is fine. I think it might be Fiery Confluence. If I want to actually maybe win this league and maybe actually show you that I know how to fucking play Magic and not just like have to fucking lose every game, I should probably play a red deck. And Fiery Confluence is literally one of the best cards in the cube. You think Karn? Karn could wheel. And if I don't get the right artifacts, I just don't think it's that good. I think Fiery Confluence, I'm just going to be smacking motherfuckers. I just think I can trounce people with this. This card could do 6 right off bat. All right. Now, I picked that. The next red card is Grim Lavamancer, which I really don't like for a second pick. Like, there's a bunch of like cards that are way better. I like Narset. I like Thoughtseize. Hex Drinker's okay. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Either Thoughtseize or Narset. What do you think, chat? Somebody give me a suggestion. I don't really like the red cards in this pack, to be honest. Like, Grim Lavamancer might come around. Or should I just force the red and take Grim Lavamancer? I say it's Thoughtseize, Narset, or just force red with the Lavamancer. What do you think? You got 20 seconds, chat. I need help. Don't force, bro. All right. You think Thoughtseize? I like Thoughtseize. We can do that. Okay. Is mono red viable? Yeah, it definitely is viable. It definitely is. Okay. Bonfire. If we want to stick into red, Bonfire is pretty good. Deals X damage to target player or planeswalker and each creature they control. It's red XX, but if I hit the miracle, it's just red X. Roiling Earthquake, I don't really like. Breach is kind of good in mono red. Breach is kind of good in mono red. Like, it's better. It's kind of better for combo. But you know, if you get enough bolts and stuff, You know, you could just replay them out of your graveyard on turn 5 or whatever. Breach should still be pretty good. I feel like Bonfire of the Damned might come around. Breach may not. I'm going to take the Underworld Breach. I think it's the best move. Man, we are not getting the red cards. We are not getting the red cards that I was hoping that we would get. So at this point, black cards aren't that great. I think I might start grabbing some blue cards because like Ledger Shredder, you could still play like a nice red-blue deck. If I might even be able to get some combo cards. Or I could get this. Memory Lapse. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking either Ledger Shredder, Memory Lapse, or Prismari Command. What does this do? No, it's Ledger Shredder or the Counterspell. I'll go with Ledger Shredder, I think. I think this is a good card. Because even if I'm a little bit more aggro, I can still play Ledger Shredder. Man, they don't want me to have my aggro cards, dude. What the fuck is going on here? Charming Scoundrel. This is a new card. When it enters the battlefield, discard a card, draw a card. Create a treasure token. Create a wicked roll. I have no idea what a wicked roll token is. Damn. I feel like they're giving me the garbage. I feel like they're giving me the garbage. I don't know. I could take this Cabal Ritual and try to backdoor Storm. We could still have a Storm deck. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that and see if Storm's open. God, these... I do love Storming. So, God, we're getting into the trash of the packs now. If it's your turn, you may sacrifice a mountain. Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe I'll just take Black Leaves Cliffs just because it seems like we're going to be playing black and red to have a little bit of fixing. Unmarked Grave is cool, but I don't think that's what we want to do right now. Yeah, okay, we'll take Cliffs. Robber of the Rich. Okay, this is a good red card. This is a good red card that's coming around. Ooh, Duretti's kind of good too, and we are in black-red. We are in black-red, and Duretti's decent. So this is where we have to make a choice here, chat. Do we lean into the mono red aggro, or do we try to do like a black red mid range thing with Duretti? You think Robber's nice? I think Robber's nice too. I like Robber. Okay, let's do that. I do like me a Duretti though. God, man. And then there's another Duretti. There's Duretti number 2. The other Duretti. But you know what? Honestly, if I'm going to play black, I'd probably just grab Graveyard Trespasser. Plateau is interesting. I don't think that we're going to be an artifact deck. Graveyard Trespasser is just good and kind of hard to deal with. This thing's kind of cool too. It like draws you cards, but if we're going to be turning cards sideways. We're attacking. We're attacking. I'll take the Graveyard Trespasser. See, now this is a little bit troubling. No red cards whatsoever. Red might not be the most open. So, green looks... Yeah, the vehicle attacks, but you have to like draw... It's like a card draw engine also. It's fine. It is good. It is good. I don't know. Oh, shit. I got to make a decision here. I got to make a decision. Low Strider, I guess. Wow. Okay. Holy shit, chat. Holy shit. Maybe someone's not cutting me on red. Maybe there just hasn't been the red cards in these packs because Grim Lavamancer came all the way around. Grim Lavamancer came all the way around. Nobody took it. So if somebody else was playing red in this at the table, I feel like they would have taken this. Red might still be on the menu. Wow. Okay, dude. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Both red cards from this pack came around too. Wait. I thought I was getting cut. Okay. We'll take Bonfire. Look, all the red cards are coming around. Okay. Hold on. I do like a Tireless Tracker. I don't know if we're going to be playing green, but we might play a Tireless Tracker. Can you guys see the cards? This is so terrible. Like I just realized how small this all looks. Hold on. Is there a way to like... I'll take the Cauldra. World Spine Worm. You guys don't need to see all that down there, right? Is that better? Make it bigger. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. There you go. Look, now you can at least see the ones that I picked a little bit bigger. That's better, right? This is a little bit better, right, guys? Whoa. All right. So that's a pack. That's a pack. We're not, unfortunately, playing Channel as much as I'd love to. Now, Minsk and Boo is very, very good. We did get that tireless tracker. Could we be playing a green splash? I don't know. Fire Covenant's really good. Fire Covenant's really good, especially if we're playing black. Burst Lightning is obviously really good. But man, is Minsk and Boo... I don't think we're going to be doing... I don't know if we want a 6-drop for Worm Coil. I don't know if it's right, but I kind of want to take this Minsk and Boo. Is that too ambitious? Like, I think the other cards I like, Fire Covenant and Burst Lightning, could wheel, especially the way that red cards have been wheeling. I don't think Minsk and Boo is going to come around. I'm just going to take it. And then maybe we could even play the Tireless Tracker if we get some fixing. Yeah, this is pack 2. It doesn't hit face. You're right. It doesn't hit face, but I mean, like, just for like, crushing a bunch of creatures that might be in the way of your stupid idiots that you're turning sideways. I do like me a Seasoned Pyromancer. I do like Seasoned Pyromancer. I do like that. This Talisman would also be decent too. I would like it if Embreth Shieldbreaker came around. Walking Ballista is also fine, but we're definitely taking Seasoned Pyromancer. Hellrider. Okay, so here's what I think I'm going to do. Hellrider's good. I like Hellrider. I want to play Hellrider, but I have a feeling Hellrider's going to wheel around. Dude, I have a feeling that Hellrider's going to come around. Let's get this stupid sub goal out of the way, dude. We're not doing sub goals right now. We're doing Magic. I have a feeling that Hellrider's going to come around, so I'm going to take this Badlands for fixing so that I can play my black cards. Hellrider's a C, yeah. It's good, but it's whatever. Yeah. So I'm going to take this Badlands. Just so that we can maybe play those black cards. I like Hellrider. I want to play Hellrider. You, sir, are no Hellrider. I guess Glorybringer. I like Glorybringer just fine. Glorybringer's fine. Get this Ledger Shredder out of my deck. And I guess bring this Tireless Tracker in for some reason. Cauldron Complete. We're not playing as of yet. I guess Glorybringer is just the best card for us here. I don't think we're doing Kiki Jiki stuff as much as I wish we were. There's also Dam. There's also Chupacabra. I'll take the Glorybringer. So I can take another big dumb dragon. I like Thundermaw. I mean, like, if we're playing green, I guess you could take Red and 6, but it's like, we're not doing, like, land stuff. I don't think we want a double green Courser. I guess I'm taking just another big fucking dragon. Yeah, take the Maw. Come here, Maw. Man, are we doing, like, big red Inferno Titan? And there's also a Colligan's Command, but I feel like Colligan's Command is really good in Constructed. But is it that good in Limited? Like, would I rather just slam this giant Inferno Titan, or would I rather have this? It's probably Inferno Titan, right? What do you think, Red Wizard? Makes our curve high, but are there artifacts you want to kill? There are. In Vintage Cube, there are a lot of artifacts. But I do have Fiery Confluence. I'm going to take the Titan. I just want to slam this and just put it in people's faces. Wait, so now look. See, now all the red cards come around. Look, it's like they're just not I'm just not getting the right packs. So, do I take Figure of Destiny or Rabblemaster? I really do love just playing a Rabblemaster, but do I need more 1-drops? Like, I'm kind of hurting on the 1-drop side of things. I like the Figure of Destiny's good though. I do like Rabble Master though. I do like Rabble Masting. Figure? Yeah, I agree. Figure. Probably do want more 1-drops. Yeah, Figure. Okay, cool. It's unanimous. It's unanimous. Look at all these red cards. I don't even know what. Hold on. I have to read some of these cards. Trample Haste. It gets +2/+0. Whenever it deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to target Planeswalker or battle that. Okay. And then this one, back up 2. I don't even know what that does. Sacrifice it. It deals damage to its power. Do I just want the 2-drop or do I want this? I feel like my curve's kind of high. I want a 2-drop. Look at that. What did I say? What did I say? Both of them fucking wield. Both of them wield. Fire Covenant and Burst Lightning wield. I think I just take the Burst Lightning so I can just have more cheap interaction. Just so I can have more cheap interaction and deal with stuff. Because like, and it hits face and late game it can deal 4. Probably just want Burst Lightning, to be honest. Yeah, Kicker is so good. Yes, okay. So and this also deals with artifacts. So even though I didn't take that Kolaghan's, at this point I imagine that Kolaghan's command is just coming around. So I'm going to take this Shield Breaker. There's the Hell Rider. Like I said, we're in the right colors. We can even take a Kiki Jiki if we want. I guess maybe we could get Zealous Conscripts. Could get a Zealous Conscripts. And maybe we can play combo red. This is pretty good. I'm not even in pack 3 yet. I'm starting to, jeez. And then all these. See, Goblin Engineer enters the battlefield. You may search your library for an artifact and put it into your graveyard. We're not doing that. Red and 6, I guess. Maybe I'll just take the Goblin. I don't know, in case something happens. Armageddon, fine. Kolaghan's command did not come around. Oh, Mindslaver. I don't think we're playing Mindslaver. I don't know about Voldaren Epicure. That one might not be good. Very. Okay. All right. Fire Blast is good. There is the One Ring. Do you think the One Ring's probably really good in a mono red deck like this, right? Because it's like you're killing them quicker than One Ring's killing you, and it just draws you a million cards. And if I had to guess, this Fire Blast is coming around. Who the fuck's taking a Fire Blast if you're passing all those other cards? Nobody's playing that many mountains, right? The One Ring's definitely not coming around. Welder is not good for this deck. I mean, it is kind of good actually with Mindslaver, to be honest, but I don't have a lot of other artifacts. I think I'm just going to take the One Ring because when I'm in a jam and I need to draw a bunch of extra cards, yeah, the ring tempts me. The ring tempts me. Ooh. I do like a Chandra. I'll take Chandra. Bowmat's also pretty good, but Bowmat's going to wheel. That's the thing. Bowmat's going to come around. People aren't taking these cards. This one is and this is a Swamp Mountain Forest, which means it lets us get all of our colors. I'm probably not playing Cabal Ritual. But I think Chandra's just too good. Like, I'd probably cut the Minsc and Boo before having to just try so hard to play these tap green lands. Another Chandra, you say? I just don't think that this one's that good for me, though. Like, I could take the Custody Lich, but then I've got so many 4 and 5 drops. I have Kiki Jiki. I could take Deceiver Exar, but I don't think there's any way I'm playing blue at this point. What the fuck does this do? Whenever you cast an instant or a sorcery, copy it. I guess that's pretty good if I get Bolt. That's good with, like, Burst Lightning and stuff. Card advantage. Yeah, I guess I'll take the Chandra. Big stupid Chandra. Firebolt. Or actually, I think Phyrexian Revoker is probably better just to have. And then Firebolt's probably going to come around because all the red cards are just really wheeling. There is also some black cards I could take, but I don't think we're doing this kind of stuff. Yeah, fuck, I forget what it's called. Yeah, the 3/4 that has Battle Cry. Yeah, I probably could have. It is. Yeah, you could definitely play Boros. I think it's better to do one or the other, to be honest. I think it's better to do just either red or white if possible, but you could... Ooh, Sulfuric Vortex. All right, that's what we want. That's the kind of red card that I've been looking for. Where have you been? Where have you been, my precious Sulfuric Vortex? Also, I kind of want to God, we're playing a lot of high curve cards. Would Ancient Tomb just be better? Would Ancient Tomb just be better? Could I take Ancient Tomb and would Sulfuric Vortex just wheel? Right? Doesn't it feel like we want the acceleration? Like that's the only thing that we're missing here is being able to go faster. I'm going to take this and just hope that this wheels. In worst case scenario, if it doesn't, I'll just take the fucking char. I'm taking this. Oh, there is the... Wow. Okay, so I did get the Zealous Conscripts, but I still don't know if I'm going to take... I still don't think I'm going to play the Kiki Jiki, right? Like, do I play Kiki Jiki with this? I don't know. Do I play 2 5-drops? I mean, this is pretty good just on its own. A braid is fine. Also, this guy's kind of good if we're going to be playing black. A 2-drop 3/2 that has like a... Gets me like a card advantage. Is that... But a braid's just pretty good, though. A braid or Blood Tithe Harvester? I'm not sure. Definitely not playing that. I guess we're turning cards sideways, right? I'll take it. Mountain, forest, plains. Okay, I already made the wrong decision, Red Wizard. I'm sorry. I guess just the stupid bitter reunion. We're probably not going to play it. There's the Fire Blast. I knew the Fire Blast would come around. There's the Bomac Courier. Wait, was there something else in this pack that I thought was going to come around? No, this was the Tri-Land. This was the Tri-Land. Okay, somebody took the Tri-Land, but I'll take the Bomat. Custody Lich, maybe. Maybe. Hero of Bladehold, that's what it is. Copperline Gorge, that would have been good if we were... Oh, Sulfuric Vortex came around. I knew it would. All right, so we got cuts to make. These are 32 cards. Easily, I'm going to take these out. That's no problem. I think this big Chandra might be not worth it. I guess I'm not playing the Minsk and Boo that I wanted to play. That's fine. Woe Strider isn't very good. I mean, do I just cut black? Like, is it even worth it to play the black at this point? Oh, Bitter Union. I don't like that card. Maybe I will play it because there's some cards in here that just aren't that good. Dire Flame. Trespasser. Thank you, Vika. I appreciate that. Custodian. Ooh, look at that. The Abrade. Last pick. Last pick of Braid. That's incredible. That's incredible. Okay. So, Custody Lich, I think double black is a little bit ambitious. Dude, I hate to say it, but I think maybe I just cut these black cards. Like, is it even worth... Yeah, but I'm at 25. I still need to cut two cards. And honestly, Graveyard Trespasser, like, I mean, I guess I could cut off the top. Oh, whoa. Okay. I could just go like this, and I could splash for Thoughtseize, but at this point, it's like, what is Thoughtseize even doing? I'm not really trying to play the long game. I'm not a mid-range deck. Like, at this point, I'm just trying to, like, turn my card sideways and, like, kill someone as quick as possible. But then that kind of does give me a problem where I don't really have enough playables. Actually, I could just bring Minsk and Boo back in, and I have this Copperline Gorge. I don't know. I don't know about that, honestly. I feel like that's ridiculous. Splash Plains, Armageddon. I would. If I got any fixing for white, I would play the Armageddon. I guess maybe I just bring in this stupid Epicure. I guess so. And then, yeah, I guess we just play 20. I would, yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. We have a high curve, so. But actually, it's not as high as you might think. This is like a free spell, and this is an X spell. So really, it tops out at 6, but there's like a big 4 and 5 drop thing. So we definitely need to play 17 lands. Ancient tomb, you're in. Jam a bunch of fucking mountains in this thing. All right, let's see if this works. This definitely isn't the ideal mono red deck. This isn't the mono red. Wait, a plane's got. Wait. Oh, stupid figure of destiny. Get out of here. Get out of here. There we go. We don't need a planes for figure of destiny. This definitely isn't the ideal mono red deck that I would have wanted. This isn't the mono red deck that we wanted, but it's the mono red deck that we deserve. It's the mono red deck that we deserve. So let's see. Let's see if it works. I think we can win some games with this. I think games can be won. Am I going to get a trophy? Probably not. Probably not. But am I going to is there going to be some suckers in Vintage Cube that are trying to do the most fucking extravagant thing with the goofiest cards? Yes. And when they're dirtling around trying to do that, I'm going to be turning a bunch of goblins sideways and beating their face in. Yeah, I just don't think it was worth it to play the black as much as like it was shaping up nice. I mean, it's just with only 2 pieces of fixing, it was probably going to hurt me more than help me at that point. But my combo, I could shove a Kiki Jiki in here if I really wanted to troll it. All right, Sacrificial Meal. Thanks for hanging out with us while you could. We'll be back tomorrow earlier if you want to chill. My phone's going to die. Let me grab my charger. Ugh. Dude, come on. What? Nobody's playing Magic at 11:11 at night? What the fuck? Yeah, well, Ninja Cat, not only for the Kiki Titan, but the Zealous Conscript is an infinite combo with Kiki Jiki. So when you play the Kiki, you tap it, you make a Zealous Conscript, and then when the Zealous Conscript copy comes in, you just choose Kiki Jiki and it untaps it. And then you can just do that infinite. Yes, I will play first. 1 land. 1 land, a 6-drop, a 5-drop. That's not going to work. Let's mulligan that. All right. This is a playable hand. This is a playable hand. As much as I don't like to, I guess I'm just going to take the Inferno Titan and pitch the Inferno Titan. I guess I think I like that better than the Fire Blast. The Fire Blast might come in handy at ending the game quicker. But, you know, I get to play a turn 1 figure and I have a Burst Lightning. I'm going to warn you, Chad. I'm not that good. If I blunder, trust me, that happens. That happens. I make mistakes playing this stupid game. Blue deck. Oh man. What a inopportune time to draw a Bonfire. Try to make Figure of Destiny a 2/2. Swing it. Chat, we're winning. We are officially winning. What? Bro, you're playing cards that are way too good. That's one of those Power 9 cards. Yeah, what the fuck? How did I get paired? Dude, you see the cards that I'm playing, dude. How did I get paired with somebody that's playing fucking Ancestral Recall? Watch. Oh my god, look. He just played a Swamp. This person is about to discard to hand size a Grizzlebrand. And they're going to be playing Reanimator. And I'm never going to be able to win. Here comes Grizzlebrand. Right here. Atraxa. The better Grizzlebrand. I forgot that they just made a better Grizzlebrand at this point. There's nothing I can do to... yeah, okay, there's nothing I can do. I'm about to get fucked. The little figure that could. Just the little figure of destiny that could. Oh, dude, tell me you have it already? Shallow Grave. Okay, so I don't know. It's Shallow Grave. They're going to block. They're going to block, but they have to exile it at the end of turn. Okay. Demonic Tutor. Oh, God. Scrapwork Mutt. What is this? Grizzle. There's the Grizzlebrand. There's the Grizzlebrand. Bitter Triumph. Days. Okay. Well, the only good news here, the bad news is we lose our figure. They're about to gain 7 life. They draw, I don't know, 4 cards. Yeah, they're at 11 cards in hand now. You know, we're having a little bit of a tough time. We're having a tough time. This may not be. I could Fire Blast. No, that's just not gonna. We're not winning the game if we sacrifice 2 mountains. All right, exile your stupid Atraxa, and then I'm just gonna assume that you have no other way to win the game at this point. There's just no way that you can win. I'm just gonna assume that was all you had, and you did it defensively because you made a mistake. See, it's not fair when people are playing good cards. It's not fair. I got these fucking little red guys. I got this guy. He's a human knight. And you're going to fucking come at me with legendary Phyrexian angels? Like, what the fuck? And look, now they're going to think forever. Now they're going to think forever because they have so much to do. Yep, and now they're putting their Grizzlebrand into the graveyard. My deck isn't very good, Chad, is it? I guess I'm going to play a fucking 2-1. All right, and what are you going to do, man? Okay. Maybe he doesn't have, maybe they don't have any more reanimate spells. Maybe that was their only one. Oh, never mind. They have one right there. Archon of Cruelty. That's a problem. Okay, we lose. We lose. Let's go to game 2. Let's just hope that they don't have a fucking turn 1. See, now this is where Graveyard Trespasser. Okay, should I change from politics? Should I change from politics? I don't even know how to be honest. Yeah, actually, I don't know actually how to do that now. So we're going to have to bring in the Thoughtseize and not the Ritual. The Ritual is not going to help. Like, I could bring in the Thoughtseize and I could bring in the Graveyard Trespasser, right? And then I can bring in the Cliffs, the Badlands, and I can probably take out some of this stuff on the top end. Like, I just don't think we want this stuff. Actually, we probably want to just bring in like 2 swamps too. Is that going to help? I don't know, but that was pretty fucking brutal. So we'll just do it like that and pray to God that they don't have that busted of a hand turn 2. I mean, game 2. Okay. This is kind of a tough hand. Like, our curve is really high. 4-drop, 5-drop. Oh, Cabal Rituals. Yeah, that's an easy mistake to make. That's an easy mistake. That is an easy mistake. See, remember how I was saying that there's people that want to do like all kinds of fancy combo stuff and they want to do all this fancy combo stuff and we're going to take advantage of them. Sometimes people just have like the most busted combo deck with all the right cards and we're not going to win. I think Reanimator's a tough matchup for Mono Red anyway because like they just really quick, like you have very little ways to deal with the graveyard and they will just like really quickly slam some big idiot that you just can't get around whatsoever. It's just completely roadblocks all your little creatures. Bro, why are you going to duress me? I barely even have any cards. I barely even played this game. There goes the one ring. There goes the one ring. Another land isn't terrible because we definitely want to get to like these big guys that we can play. Take 2. See, we didn't get the Goblin Guide. We didn't get the Goblin. What is it called? Rabble Master. Baleful Strix. That's kind of a problem. Maybe I can draw my braid. Okay. All right. I guess I just slam that. I guess I just slam that and say good luck. I'm not going to give up my Figure of Destiny just to get this Baleful Strix off the board. I don't know. I don't know. Because like next turn I can at least swing with the Hellrider too and put them in the kind of a predicament. I'm yielding. I'm doing nothing. I have no blue cards. Do what you're going to do. Island. Baleful Strix. Thinking. Yeah, dude, you're not swinging with that. You're not going to swing with the Baleful Strix. Come on. We all know you're not doing it. I take 2. Also, they can't gain life with Sulfuric Vortex, so that's pretty good. Ooh. Ooh. All right, deal with it. Taste the Hellrider. Taste it. What are you doing? Stop. You don't have, please. You don't have responses. There's no cards you have that can do anything in this situation. Please. Please play 3. Oh, they put the fucking Atraxa into the graveyard. Fine. If you want to be like that, if you want to play the game like that, then fine. I'm not attacking. Take your 2. What's up, Bravo? I don't think I'm winning. I'm playing against Reanimator, and it seems like they're doing pretty good with it. Are you winning, son? I thought I was going to come on here on stream and be like, all right, everybody, I'm about to play some fucking Magic. Jesus Christ. Okay, Archon's there also. Do they have one of the things? Do they have Shallow Grave or some other card that I haven't seen? RDW Reanimator deck wins. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. I don't know why there's thinking there. It's like either you have it or you don't have it. Like, I don't know what there is to think about. Like, why did you have to take so long? Oh, that put them down to 7. That put them down to 7. They lost life. So they just lost 7. So they're at 7 and they can't gain life. Yeah, they're stream sniping. Yeah. If they were stream sniping, they would have just did it. I have garbage in my hand. Okay, but they just put themselves down to 7, right? And they can't gain life because I have Sulfuric Vortex. So I don't know if they know that. I don't know if they made a mistake there. Maybe they can deal with the Sulfuric Vortex. Let's wait. Snuff out. Animate dead. Oh, Jesus Christ. They have an animate dead now, so that means they can get the Archon. But they can't gain life. If I draw, there's a lot of things I can draw, but if I draw Fire Blast, something like that, I can actually do something here. We might just win. Okay, come on. We need a good draw. Something that does damage to face. Pyromancer. Okay, that's better than the dumb shit that we have in our hand. Take all of that away. Get it away. Chandra. That can do damage next turn. All right, I guess we just pass. So you go down to 5. Okay. Yo, just the person that I was looking for. Just the person that I was looking for. What's up? They have the demonic tutor, which is scary, which means anything in their deck that could get them out of the situation, they now have access to. It's vintage cube time, Vinny. It's vintage cube time. And it's not looking good for me. We got Atraxas, we got all kinds of cruelties. I'm trying to do mono red stuff, and they're just fucking raining all over my parade right now. The thing is, if I don't die this turn, if they can't kill me this turn, right? If they can't kill me this turn, and I draw, I guess it has to be Fire Blast, because right now I'm gonna have to discard this Chandra, because that's how that card works. Okay. And they're going to smack me for 7. Right? Yes. All right. Fair. So I can draw. Oh, I could also draw. Oh my God. If I draw Zealous Conscripts. We have multiple outs. We have Zealous Conscripts. We have Fire Blast. We have, the Burst Lightning. The Burst Lightning would do it too. Burst Lightning. We have outs. Come on, chat. We feel it. They don't have any blue mana up. Come on. Oh my God, Fiery Confluence. Dude, my pack one, pick one. Taste it. Taste all of the Fiery Confluence. Oh, they had a Force of Will. Come on. Yo, the dude's name, or the person's name, was Lucky 2390. Oh my God. Well, chat, at least we got to enjoy that moment of thinking. At least we had that moment of thinking that we drew what we needed to draw. Like, we had that moment of just being like, oh my God, we did it. And that felt, he probably did tutor that for us, but it was demonic tutor, so you wouldn't know. You know, demonic tutor doesn't reveal the card, so if he did, we would never know. But fuck, man, how those are some bad beats right there. To like, I was so hyped to draw that one out, and we still had to go to game 3, which was also going to be hard. But Force of Will of all fucking things. Damn. All right. This is not a great hand, but I don't think we have a great deck. So I'm just going to keep it and just hope that we can kind of curve out into Daredevil, into Vortex, and then eventually these cards are going to be relevant. I don't know. That might be wrong. Maybe it's better. I don't think my deck has a low enough curve to really hope to get a bunch of 1-drops, though. What is that mountain? You're playing mountains, too? All right, so we're hitting land drops. I see your mountain, and I raise you a mountain. Yeah, this art is sweet. Oh, so you're doing weird stuff. This is the deck that I'm hoping that I can prey upon. The person that needs to dirtle. Look at that one ring. Okay, so now we have a nice little curve. I'm just going to play this. I just need to get something on the board. It's not the best Dire Fleet Daredevil that you could ever want. Yeah, but they're playing red, too. So I don't know what I don't know what they're doing. Red, blue. And this does do green, though. So, I mean, it could be green also. If I would have drawn this card, well, actually, it doesn't matter because Force of Will would have been able to counter everything. But I was just like, dude, if I Zealous Conscripts, their Archon of Cruelty or their Atraxa and just smack them with it would feel so good. Black. So right now we're seeing 4 of the 5 colors of the Magic Rainbow. I don't know if they're also playing white, but right now we have a beautiful Grixis mana base. Colligan's Command. All right, Bonfire. We're not doing Bonfire stuff right now. How fucking dare you, man? Revoker is kind of good on that, but I just want to use my mana. I'm going to play this Vortex. You can deal with that. Have fun. Have fun with that. I'd love to draw a land and draw the One Ring. I mean, and play the One Ring, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to be going... Hold on, where are they playing? Oko. That's bad for us. Oko is also bad. This is... What are you doing with that Goblin Engineer? Everything's bad. Oh, I can Phyrexian Revoker Oko. So that's not the end of the world. And then they only have 2 cards left in their hand, right? And they're probably not good, right? What is the artifact that you're going to do with this? And it's not like they have a combo piece, because they would have just grabbed it, right? Like, why would you be thinking so? Like, if you had Mindslaver and something to do with it, Lotus Petal. That's what they thought so long about. Thank you. Okay, chat. I got a question. I got a question. Do I slam the One Ring? Should I slam One Ring? It gives me protection, so they can do all this stuff, but they can't attack me. Or do I have to just Revoker this Oko? I mean, Oko kind of takes a while to take over. I think I'm just going to slam this One Ring and start drawing some more cards. We'll draw it end of turn. It's not like there's anything we can do. It gives you protection, yeah. Ninja Can. The One Ring, it's indestructible. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you gain protection from everything until your next turn. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life for each bird encounter on the ring. And then, okay, they're cycling Spar's headquarters, which is good for us. If that's the best thing that they have to do so far in their main phase, I'm okay with that. Then when you tap it, you put a bird encounter on it and you draw a card for each bird encounter. So I'm going to draw 1 card off this, and then next turn I'm going to draw 2 cards off of it. And then the turn after that I can draw 3. But the thing is, the more cards I draw, the more damage I take. Oh, wait. Okay, I forgot how Oko works. Well, I have a 3/3 now. Now I have a 3/3. Oh, and I could have drawn in response, and I didn't. Yep. See, remember I said that I'm not that good at this game? It's literally always correct to draw off that. I don't know why I didn't even just do it. I don't know why. It was very silly. I do silly things, and I don't think. I'm trying to talk to chat. You guys are putting a lot of pressure on me. So I can take the Oko for a turn, but I don't even think, like, oh, I could -5 the Oko. Oh, and then I could kill. No, I can't kill it. Still be pretty good. If I -5 the Oko. But I don't even really want to trade my stuff with them. Like if I -5'd, I could trade my One Ring for a 3/3 for one of these stupid cards. That doesn't sound very good. That doesn't seem good. So I'm gonna swing at Oko. Maybe they were saving me from myself. Maybe that One Ring would have killed me because I would have tapped it too recklessly. Because now I have this sweet 3/3 on the battlefield. Will they block with Goblin Engineer? That's the question. Oh wait, why would I even attack Oko if I'm going to play Phyrexian Revoker? See, I make a lot of poor decisions. Yeah. I was baiting them into blocking. That's my excuse. That's what I'm going to go with. I was baiting them into a block. They didn't take the bait. What are you doing? You're making a Lotus Petal? Okay. Then what do you want to do? Oh, I guess they thought maybe I was going to name Lotus Petal or name Goblin. I guess they thought maybe I was going to name the Goblin Engineer, which I promise you with that Oko, Thief of Crowns. I promise you I was not going to hit that one. Thief of Crowns. Okay. Now, you know, it is important to keep in mind that I do have, yeah, more like Thief of Clowns. It is important to know that I do have this Underworld Breach, which like something like Bonfire or like whatever could become like more relevant, or like as the game goes on, like that could be a big out for me if I hit some like cheaper fucking spells. Like, God, what are you doing with all that mana? See, now I imagine they're going to shoot my Revoker. Yep. Okay. Fair. That's fair. See, that's why I attacked the Oko chat, is because they were going to fucking kill that. They were going to kill the fucking Revoker anyway. That Revoker was not long for this world. Okay, wait, I can kill. No. Okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I can kill Oko. I can kill Oko. So wait, hold on. There's a lot going on here. Vinny, I need your help. Okay. So there's a couple things I can do. If I play my Zealous Conscripts and I take the Goblin Engineer, I can send Engineer, I can send One Ring and Conscripts at Oko, and I can send the Engineer that I stole at the Chandra and leave them with none of it. That's probably better than the -5, right? The -5 doesn't do a whole lot. So wait, or if I play the Zealous Conscripts, if I take the Oko, I -5 it. Yeah, but what do I steal? I'm trading a 3/3 for a 3/3. You know what I mean? And then can I get both Planeswalkers off the board if I do that? Because they'll have this to block, right? I feel like the only way that I can get both off the battlefield is if I take this and then swing out at the 2 Planeswalkers. Okay, yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Bip, bip, bip. It's not, but like, I don't know. I think it's just, they could, no, counterspell. Dude, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Why are counterspells legal? Why are counterspells in this deck? In this deck of all decks, you're playing fucking counterspells. Jesus Christ. Well, all that deliberation that we did of what line to take on there turned out to be completely fucking pointless. Also, I'm literally losing the Sulfuric Vortex race. I'm the mono red deck, and I'm losing the Sulfuric Vortex race at this point. I do still have Underworld Breach, so like I can play other cards. Tolarian Academy. Can't play that one. That's right. That's right, Vinny. There's a food. There's a walker. I go to 6. I untap, go to 4. Okay. You know what? This was just game 1. This is just Red Falcon. What's up? This was just game 1. I don't think I'm winning. I think this game is a wash. I don't think there's a way out. That's fine. Kudos to you. We'll be back. Round 2. We really don't have a good sideboard whatsoever, so we're just not going to look at that. Yeah. All right. Let's shake that one off. Shaking it out. We've gotten absolutely wrecked by counterspells these past 2 games. That's the problem with Magic. Counterspells. I'm just kidding. If I had the chance, I'd be playing all the counterspells. But when I'm playing a red deck with a high curve like this, counterspells should be illegal. Did I hit submit? Also, I haven't gotten one Ancient Tomb draw. Haven't even seen that card. Yeah, you know, I'm here now, so it's a guaranteed win. Yeah, that's right. Now that we got Falcon in the building, things are about to go real different for these guys. We need a turn 1 Bomat courier. Yeah, that would be nice too, wouldn't it? Bro, come on. I got a stream going on, dude. You got to fucking get this game going, dude. You're not sideboarding. I know you're not sideboarding. Stop pretending you have a sideboard. A nice bow. Oh, okay. I don't like a 4-lander. I don't like a 4-lander, especially with no real play. I'm going to mulligan, and it's probably going to be worse. It's better. It is better. So we'll keep. Inferno Titan, you're going to have to go away. Destiny, Figure of Destiny's going first. Next turn, we'll level the figure and play out the Epicure, which is a card I didn't really want to play. Then if they do the same, one of those little talismans on turn 2, I can abrade it. Things look good. Do you have a turn 1 play, dude? Bobble. That's fine. Go ahead. Bobble your little heart out. Not even going to do it. Okay, interesting. Interesting. All right, and we got a Hell Rider on the horizon. We definitely need to draw some lands. We are playing 17 lands, so that's pretty good. This doesn't have haste, right? Okay. Oh, do you have like a Fatal Push or something? Take that. And take another one. What are you doing? Okay, Lauren revealed. What a cool time to do a Lorien revealed. Yeah, I guess it is a 5-color deck, which is really sad because you would think that like this deck, like this a red deck, like should beat up on 5-color decks because they're just like, you know, they might dirtle, they might fucking miss, you know, the colors that they need, and I should be able to just railroad them, but it's just not working. It's just not working out like that. We're thinking. I know you have a Underground Sea in your hand. That's what they got off the Lauren revealed. So I know you have that. Just tried making the card as big as possible. Auto size. Demonic Tutor. What could they be getting? Maybe an Oko? Give me a land. Oh God, Thundermaw is so bad. All right, so we're gonna discard that. We're gonna discard that, and we're gonna hope to draw a land. Yay! Not that there's anything we can do with it, but there was nothing we could have done anyway. So hitting our land drop's important. We're just gonna swing with our meager 3 damage, and we're gonna hope that we can just slam a Hell Rider into their face next turn. What are they doing with this bobble? What are they waiting for? Oh, I'm not gonna. Yeah. What are they doing with the bobble? Like what are they waiting? Did they have Tinker? Did they just Demonic Tutor for Tinker? Did they just Demonic Tutor for Tinker? Because I don't understand why they wouldn't have cracked that bobble in the beginning. Didn't shock. Okay, so they don't have Tinker. There's a Mox Opal. I can braid that if I want. Or do they still have the Tinker now because they have that? No, they don't have 3, right? You need 3, right? Balance. Okay. Fine. Now it's like, do I just get rid of Hell Rider and hope that the One Ring can like help me get out of this. Oh wait, I don't have to discard. Damn. Oh wait. Okay, right. Dude, discard your card already. How did you not think about this? Sacrifice all creatures. Fine. Do I abrade this Mox Opal? It's not even on yet, is it? They don't even have 3 or more artifacts. I guess I'm not really worried about that right now. I'm not truly worried about that. Now you use the bauble. Congratulations. They do not have green yet. Okay. Well, do I just slam this Hell Rider? Yeah, I'm going to do the Hell Rider first and then try to draw cards later, right? We just want to be getting in damage. We can draw cards later. We'll do that later. So this card is effectively pointless right now. We have a Hell Rider on the battlefield. We have a 1 ring in hand to draw a couple more cards. What can they do with 4 mana? What the fuck? Okay, but the thing is, their 1 ring is way more dangerous to them than mine is to me. I'm at 20. They're at 10. So what, you like playing rings? You like playing rings? The 1 ring actually gives me a better... I can't swing now because they have protection. Okay. All right. We're fine. Not going to attack. Are you going to draw? Okay. All right. So you're going to take that. Yeah, the protection now, but the thing is they still, if they want to use my ring is just going to draw me gas to hit their life total with. Their ring is a liability. Tolarian Academy is pretty good. They're drawing. So now they have, the Tolarian Academy is pretty good. So they have like 6 mana now. They're not playing anything. Interesting. All right. I'll take my 1 damage. I'll draw for turn. What are you doing? I'll draw. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Cool. That's cool. The good news is I can just send them all away with Seasoned Pyromancer, so that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and attack and see what happens. Okay. Deceiver Exarch. There's no... Yeah, no, they're definitely not playing combo. They're not playing red. So you're going to tap my Hell Rider. That's fine. I'll allow it. Yeah, there's no way that they're playing twin. Pyromancer. Oh, are you... Come on, dude. Great. There's your counterspell. Congratulations. Now, I'm just going to get rid of this Opal because of their Tolarian Academy. I don't know. Bebraid's probably... I probably just want to keep Bebraid in hand. So now they're going to take 2. Kill Opal. Yeah. They're down to 7. They're drawing. So they're taking a bolt next turn. Just on upkeep. Unless they might have some, they might like have an Oko. Oh no, they don't even have green yet. What the fuck? They have 8 cards in their hand. They have to find green mana at some point, right? How did they make the green? Was it only off of that talisman that they had green last game? Yeah, Killing Opal. Yeah, you're right. Killing Opal was huge there. But did they only have the, that fucking talisman is what gave it to this is a reckless ass deck. And if as a mono red deck, we can't beat this, we have a lot of, we should just hang it up. This is the most bumbling, stumbling, erratic deck I've ever seen in my life. And if a mono red deck can't beat that, It's time to hit the showers. They have a Dragon Rage Channeler, which is cool. Tapping 3. I don't know if they can out... There's the Talisman. There's the Talisman. Fuck. Please don't have Oko. Please don't have Oko. But then again, you know, I have my ring too. If they have to play a Oko just to blank their own ring, I guess that's, you know, it could be worse. They're also playing a little slow, which is irritating. I mean, like, you know, not that I'm like, you know, maybe I play a little too fast. I'll admit it. Is this it? Are you tapping that stupid Talisman? Are you doing it? If you're going to do it, just do it. Yeah, I drew like 8 lands. Bro, please don't tell me you're slow rolling an Oko. This can't be Oko slow roll. It can't be. There's no way if you had Oko that you would be slow rolling it this hard. Okay, fine. I'll take that. I don't give a fuck about it. Teferi Time Raveler. What are you going to bounce? Oh, they bounced the ring. Damn it. They bounced their own ring. Oh my God, they didn't do it. What the fuck? Why wouldn't they bounce their ring? The Hell Rider, they can block the Hell Rider with the Exarch. And they have an Exarch, like they block it. That was an interesting move by opponent. Yay. Okay. We have a lot of things going on. Let's draw 3 cards. All right. Okay. All right. So I just swing with Glorybringer. I just swing Glorybringer. Or no, I can literally do whatever I want, right? I can pretty much do anything. Because I have Fire Blast now. So I'll just swing Glorybringer right there. I'm just going to go into the old Glorybringer. Any of these 2 cards, Glorybringer or Fire Blast, kill them. With their ring. Okay, yeah, they scoop. Whew! I think they punted that game. Well, actually, I was going to win no matter what. I was gonna win no matter what because I had Fire Blast and Dragon. But like, not bouncing their own ring to bounce my Hell Rider when they had a 1/4 is like, you know, I make misplays. So I'm not like, you know, I'm not like the king of this game, but that was a lot. This stream is reminding me why I quit playing Magic. Okay, hey, we got our tomb. This is a pretty good hand. We got Robber the Rich early. We got these cards. We got this to refill our hand, and we got a big fucking Dragon Boy. All right, we're gonna keep this. We don't have a turn 1, but we have like better stuff to do. We can play a quick dragon. Turn 1 Dragon Rage Channeler is a little annoying for sure. Oh, yeah, this is kind of good. They kept on top with their Surveil, by the way. There's a 1 ring. Thank you. Great for the great mulligan comment. Now, this is actually one of our good hands, right? So I'm just hoping that one of our good hands can trounce this ridiculous monstrosity of a deck that we're playing against. They have no turn 3 play. The problem is my Robber of the Rich will not be doing any of the fancy stuff that it does. It's pretty much just going to be a worse Goblin Guide, but that's fine. That's what we're doing right now. Huzzah! So next turn, we have the choice. Plane cycling. Okay. So next turn we have the choice. We can play Ancient Tomb and play One Ring, or we can just play Mountain and play Seasoned Pyromancer. And I guess discard Dire Fleet. And I don't really want to discard some of this other stuff, though. Some of this other stuff seems pretty good. Yeah, I kind of do already have gas. That's true. What are they about to do? Is this a ring? Is this a ring? They have a ring. All right. But then again, you know, in this game, I think the ring is a little bit of a liability for them, and they haven't shown really being great at playing with it. Especially once I drop this Thunderball, things are going to get pretty dicey for them. But it does suck to have to fucking deal with them having this. Okay, actually, never mind. Now I don't even have to discard it at this point. Like, I can just actually hold on. So they have 4 cards in their hand. No, there's no way I'm getting the 3. Whatever. So I'm swinging. You're going to go to 16. Oh, they have fucking One Ring. Okay, doesn't matter. That was a psychological ploy. That was a psychological move that we made there. Don't need this. Don't need this. Drew lands, kind of, but the problem is we were getting them off the top of the deck. You know what I mean? You had to get them off the top of the deck. There's only one way to get them off the top of the deck. You got to either draw them or do whatever. Better than drawing that 2 turns in a row. So I'm going to slam this Thundermaw. And wait, if they can't get their, what is this stupid fucking thing? Delirium. If they don't have Delirium, Thundermaw kills Dragon Rage Channeler. Come on, you know your hand's all fucked up. Ponder, okay, fine. Still don't have Delirium. They're down to 3 lands. And then we have the One Ring for gas. Then we have the One Ring for gas for the next turn too. So, I mean, like, this is shaping up. We just have to hope that our pressure beats whatever kind of like bomb that they might draw. Like, even at this point, I think Oko might be a little too slow from the pressure that I'm putting on. Like the Oko, like now play Oko, make a food, and then I swing for fucking 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with a One Ring on the battlefield. Like, that's going to hit you to that. I don't even think Oko gets you out of this. I don't think Oko even fixes this. So unless they have a bomb that's better, I don't think he can Oko this turn. I don't think they can Oko. And we wait. Target player discards a card, deals 2. Okay, fine. Don't care. I got plenty of mountains. You can have that. Okay, well, now the only sad part is that now this thing does have the Delirium. But honestly, dude, what the fuck? Tomb. Dragon. Your life total isn't even important. Turn everything sideways. You go to 8. Now you go to 6. They can't hold back the Dragon Rage Channeler. It has to attack. So that's not going to block. They drew their cards. So they're kind of like banking on something happening here. They have to bank on something. Lord Hemel, is this real? This is a weird fever dream that you woke up from or at least you thought you woke up and you're having yo, we got one, chat. Chat, we got one. Chat, we got one. Y'all thought, you see, let's go. Let's go. All right. Can we salvage the 2-1? Can we salvage a 2-1? Great ball game too. Thank you. Thank you. I just didn't think that was what we were going to win with. And that was actually kind of a close game too. So both of those games were a little bit too close for what my deck should be doing against a game like that. But we're through the looking glass here, people. Okay. All right. This is Hemmel. This is actually a vintage cube game, so I drafted him on a red deck. Maybe like once vintage cube's done, I might play some modern or some legacy or something like that. I don't really play standard that often. Normally I'm just into like modern, legacy, and vintage cube, especially vintage cube, or like whatever cube, the cube du jour that's around. I don't do a lot of the limited, like the set limited or anything like that, unless it's something special. If I can't believe that I have 39 people in here watching me do this. I thought I was going to like hemorrhage down to like 5 people when I started playing Magic. And the fact that more people are actually interested, I might stream more, because there's plenty of nights where I'm just sitting here playing Magic that like, if people are actually willing to fucking watch me do it, I would probably do it more. You can never underestimate the connection, the Venn diagram of Magic the Gathering and communism. These queues are taking forever this late at night. Magic players either have pretty good politics or awful politics. This is a pretty good hand. It has 4 lands in it, which I don't like. I just started doing Tuesdays. I think this is like my 3rd Tuesday where I'm streaming. This is a pretty good hand, I think. I think this is worth keeping on the draw, because I have my turn one boat mat, and then I have either a turn 3 Hellrider or Chandra, and I have draws, you know. So I think that off the strength of Ancient Tomb, Bowmat, and playing one of these on turn 3, Raging Ravine. I didn't even know Raging Ravine was in this cube. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Ooh, another, you know, I was saying that we have our draws, and that is not one of the draws that I was hoping for. Give me them cards. It's so funny that Bowmat Courier is like you absolutely have to deal with this card. Tuesday Night Magic with Pat. That's what it is. That's what it is. What are you doing? Sylvan Caryatid? Bro, how are you going to play a Hexproof 0/3 against my Bowmat? Yo, are you kidding me? Is this real life? All right, fine. I still attack, right? This is good. I still attack, right? Yeah, we're going to discard all of them anyway. Blue. No play. Second main phase. Untap. Fire Blast. Okay. Chandra or Hellrider? I think... Do I play Chandra or Hellrider? So, like, Hellrider, I would swing, and they'll take... Well, they can't really block the Hellrider. I'm going to do Hellrider first. We can start kind of getting we can start getting card advantage with Chandra later, when maybe we can plus it and actually play something. I'm just going to send a bunch of fucking idiots at their face right now. Unless they have a counterspell, which of course they would. No. I guess it's better to get this Mana Drain. Damn. So far in this game, in this league, we've gotten blown out by Force of Will, Counterspell, and Mana Drain. We have literally gotten the who's who of counterspells. And it's never less heartbreaking. It's just as heartbreaking every time. Nothing's more heartbreaking than fucking Mana Drain, dude. Okay, cool. You have 8 mana. Like, yeah. The Force of Will with Blowout was the worst. That sucked. You got a Chandra. What are you going to do? Are you afraid of this Bowmat? How afraid? It's just a little courier. It's just a little construct. Are you going to -3 this construct? Are these both from Kaladesh? They are both from Kaladesh. They're friends. I remember playing this set. In Port St. Lucie. Oh, they're plussing. They get a Snapcaster, but that's not that good for them. Okay. Oh, they're going to play it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you targeted your mana drain. Real fucking cool. What the hell? No! Dude. It was just a little fucking robot. Yeah, this is terrible. I also have one. I don't think I minus on the Snapcaster. I think I just plus. I don't know. Okay. There was a mountain on top of my deck, everybody. I want everybody to know that that was another fucking mountain. They might just activate Raging Ravine. And then, wait, hold on. Turn off auto yields. Because we have a question. Vinny, I need your help. If they activate Raging Ravine, do I Fire Blast the Raging Ravine? Probably, right? Like, I have a lot of extra lands. And if they spend their whole turn... Wait, they don't have another... Oh, they could use this for green. If they spend their whole turn activating this, I think it might be right to just Fire Blast the shit out of it. Nope, they're doing something else. They're doing something probably far worse. No, they're not. No, they're not. Yeah, I feel like I have so much mana, and they're going to try to swing out at this... at my Chandra. Yeah, we'll do that. Take your little counter. It's kind of making my Underworld Breach. Jesus Christ. Okay, so play the land first. Plus. Where's the card? Oh, it's another mountain. Jesus Christ. All right. I guess I pass. Now they don't have green anymore, which apparently they're playing green. I don't know how many green cards they have in their deck, but they did have... They also have a Teferi... Oh, they can play that. Oh, that's so bad. That's so... Dude, is this another deck that's playing 5 colors? Like, what the fuck is going on? Well, there goes Chandra. There's the green. Oh. I can play that next turn. But it's just like, wait, they can mine it. They can ultimate their Chandra. They have Chandra at ultimate. There's no way I'm winning. All right, listen. I think we can still win this one. They're playing a bunch of goofy ass cards. They're playing a bunch of colors. It does, you know, we just got unlucky with the mana drain. That mana drain, when you can mana drain my 4-drop on turn 3 and add 4 mana to your pool, you know, so we just had to be aware of that. We just got to be aware that there's a potential. Yeah, carry added was fucking the OP in that on that board state. Another 4-lander, but I think it's good because I can go 2, 1, 2, and then Glorybringer eventually. It's good. This is good against Carry Added. It's good against Chandra. It's good against if they have any kind of talismans to fix their stupid fucking disorganized mana base. Anything like that. And like that could literally be the game. Like if they try to play like a Signet or whatever the fuck they're called, talisman. The only thing is I don't want to play this. God, I drew a land. Do I want to play a blind or evoker and just like say Carry Added, or do I want to hold it? I think I'm just going to hold it. I don't know. I'm going to hold it just to blank something that they play. They're playing a bunch of Planeswalkers. They're playing Carry Added. I'm just going to wait till they play something and then turn it off. I don't think the 2 damage is worth it either. Yeah, I agree. Blue. Yes. I said this is precisely what we were waiting for. Oh, look at that. And I could just use my mana perfectly. Go ahead, read the card. Oh, look at that. They floated a colorless there. I didn't realize I was playing against a pro. I didn't realize this was Luis Scott Vargas I was playing against here. Watch them have a dismember. They probably do have dismember, and I sound like a fucking idiot right now. Progress, right? Talisman of Progress. Oh, dude, tell me that is this really dismember? And I was talking shit too. I was talking shit. Oh my god. I thought it was just one of those like heads up play things where you're always so, fuck, that's terrible. Also, I deserve that for making fun of him. I deserve that. But, you know, we're making he did take a lot of damage. Did take a lot of damage. And I do have a fucking don't concede game. I do have a lot of damage coming next turn and the turn after with Glorybringer. So like if they like have like some, see, that Karn isn't doing shit, really. What is that making it 2/2? Cool. Cool. Man, the lands, like, the draws here are just drawing. I'm not really even worried about the card right now. I'm just trying to get you dead as quick as possible. You gonna block? No. Bip. Bip, bip, bip. All right, we got a Glorybringer. We got a Glorybringer and a figure. You got some 3/3s. Oh, dude, do they have the mana drain or something like that? I just have to play into it. I can't sit here. I like the way my deck is. I can't just sit here and be like, oh, they might have mana drain. Let me do nothing. No, they might have mana drain. Let me do nothing. Like I just have to do it and hope they don't have it. And if they have it, it's just like I was never going to win this game. Cycling a Triome. That's good so far. That's good so far. Oh, there's no way that they cycled that off of the Triome. There's no way they cycled that off the Triome. That had to have been in their hand already. They were just trying to disguise it or something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, that's what I mean. He definitely had it. He definitely had it before he did that. There's no way. Well, I'm just going to pass. Like, I could make this a fucking 8/8 next turn. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can make Figure of Destiny an 8/8 flyer next turn. That's pretty good. It flies, right? Yeah, with flying and first strike. So, maybe. Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm definitely choosing Echo of Aeons here. Wait, is Bribey even that good? I'll take Echo because I'll take the draw 7. I'll take the draw 7. If they want to draw 7, I'll draw 7. Let's go. Draw 7 is way better for... Damn, dog. Jesus. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's why Bribery would have been real bad. They could have got that. Okay, wait. Actually, their constructs are fucking huge right now. Oh, no, they only swung with 1. That's weird. I would have swung with them both. I don't know. Bowmat. See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. If I make this an 8/8, okay. I think I'm just going to make... If I make this an 8/8, I can swing. That only puts them to 2. Then I die on the crackback. If I leave this back, I can make it an 8/8 at instant speed, and I can block if they Inferno my face, I can block Inferno Titan. If they Inferno I don't know, because then I can't make this an 8/8. Like, because, like, what does that even do at the end of that? Like, if I play 2, then I get the blood token, then I play the blood token, I have 3. I have these 4 things, but they're just getting smoked by Inferno Titan. Like, Inferno Titan is just wiping these off the board. And then even if I draw, like, it's like I'm just playing these for them to get fucking destroyed by Inferno Titan. I just feel like I'm gonna try to do the 8/8 thing. Maybe they don't see it. I don't know. Maybe they don't see it. Maybe when they swing by Inferno Titan, they swing at my face, or they do the bolt to my face. I don't know. Okay. Begin combat. Swing with everything. What do you choose? Oh, it gets first strike too. Wait, that's so good. Because now he can't even pump the Inferno Titan. It doesn't even matter. Okay. Oh my god, I have lethal on board with a Bomat Courier and an Epicure ping. Okay. Oh no. Now I'm just dead to my own fucking Inferno Titan. I'm dead to my own Inferno Titan. They just grabbed bribery from under Karn. They have... Oh wait, what the fuck? Are they spending? What are they doing? Upheaval? Are you serious? You have 1 mana. There's nothing you can even really do with this. 2. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. But I have, like, stuff that I can do. What the fuck? All right. At a land. So we'll play figure, and then next turn we can level this and do Bomat. God, what the fuck? Upheaval, right? They literally could have just they literally could have used that bribery that they got from their Karn, and they could have pretty much won that turn. They're probably just going to do it next turn anyway. Or maybe they won't. I don't know. Maybe they want to play Karn really bad. Maybe they really like playing Karn. They do. They love playing Karn. Oh no. There's the bribery. Here's the Inferno Titan, and I just get bolted to my face. What? Okay, that works too. All right. Good games. Part of me really wants to just play another one, especially because I have the points, but like I can't. I have to go to bed. I have work. I have to get up at work at 8 in the morning, and I'm already too fucking jazzed. We'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll be doing like regular Subversive History content with me and Johnny tomorrow. We're probably going to do a lot of updates on Israel and Gaza. And then Thursday, I don't really have plans. So maybe if I stream on Thursday, it will be strictly to play Magic. Like, cause I'm not going to be doing all the political stuff. I'm not going to have the energy for it. So, if you're looking for someone to host, my buddy Cinemarxism is doing some socialist gaming right now. You mean somebody to like raid into? Is that what you mean by host? Yeah. Okay. Sure. I don't. That you don't need to tell me twice. Let's do it. If they're doing some socialist gaming, then I say we fucking go for it. So again, come hang out tomorrow if you want to. Get some more of that like news, current events, history, politics discussion. We keep it. Yeah, socialist gaming gang. You know what I mean? Discussion between me and Johnny and everything about like, for Wednesday, it's a little bit of a loose format where it's not like a fuck around Friday where we just do whatever and watch stupid videos. It's like, real current events, world stuff, talking about history, talking about politics, everything like that. And then Thursday, maybe I'll stream and do some gaming. We may have to take off Friday. I think Johnny may have something. And then it's also my girlfriend's birthday on Sunday, Vika. So I don't think I'll be streaming on Sunday either. So we're gonna make it up. But whoa, what the fuck? Okay, yeah. All right. So it's just It's just Cinemarxism. Oh, I see. Cinemarxism. I see. Yo, but this crew was awesome. I really hope that if I come and play Magic on Thursday, that you guys come and hang out with me again because I had so much fun. I've watched Magic streaming for so long that like doing it felt so cool. It felt so cool to talk about stuff and pretend like I knew what I was doing, even though I just 1-2'd a vintage cube with a shitty mono red deck. Okay, Cinemarxism. Oh wait, hold on. /raid Cinemarxism. Did that work? Yeah, I think that worked. Okay. Yo, it's tired. It's late. I'm tired. Appreciate y'all. Vinny, thanks for stopping by. Glad we're raiding out to, a comrade. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Give them my regards. I'm probably going to pop out real quick. Dude, thank you, Doc. Thank you, Vinny. Appreciate that. Let's talk more. Come hang out tomorrow with me and Johnny, and then maybe on Thursday I'll do some more Magic. I'm playing Magic anyway, so if people are actually interested in me, instead of just sitting here in silence playing, I might as well have an audience if you guys want to hang out. So if anybody wants to, I'll probably do this on Thursday again, but without any of the politics, probably just playing Magic because I'm fucking tired. I can only do so many nights of politics, Did you see that they tried to force another fucking, look here, I'll put it over here real quick. Did you see that they tried to force another, they tried to do another UN General Assembly resolution to like force a ceasefire, and the United States, Israel, Guatemala, Liberia, Paraguay, Papua New Guinea, Micronesia, Czechia, and Austria said nah, we don't believe in humanitarian ceasefires in these countries, with most of the world being like, please stop this. All right. Yeah. Guatemala. Come on. 5 seconds left. Yo, love everybody. See you guys soon. Have a good night. Give Cinemarxism my regards.
Not only funny, it is really...
Yo. Welcome, Raiders. Subversive History. What's going on? Let's do a shout out for Subversive History. Thank you for joining us, guys. We just started. In both the figurative and the oh, you just watched this video earlier. That's awesome. Well, unfortunately we're gonna finish it. There's 15 minutes, so I've got a lot of other stuff planned out. So maybe just if you're a raider, you don't want to watch the video again, drop a follow, come back in like 20-25 minutes. We'll be moving on to something else, and it'll be very similar to your favorite streamer, Subversive History. He's your buddy Pat. He does some leftist Twitch content. Hell yeah, I'm gonna follow right now. Boom. Yeah, I'll follow right now. Or good to meet you, Subversive History. Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate that. Everybody check out Subversive History. Good screen name. I'm excited to check out your streams coming up. And really appreciate the raid, yeah.
Very dangerous, because some people unfortunately take these types of disinformation, and it is disinformation, not misinformation. Because
yeah, so anyway, if any raiders are still here, I'm a filmmaker. I make like leftist content, hence the name of the stream.
Stop streaming, stop recording.